You said it's only and I she says, why don't you shut up? I don't think it's only in my head. Did you think that you were dreaming?
Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Let's refresh this.
You said it's only in my head. She says, why don't you shut up? I don't think it's only in my head. She said, did you think that you were dreaming? And I said, no, I didn't think that I was dreaming. And I said, so I just wanted to come true. And baby, all I need is you. And she said, did you think that you were dreaming? And I said, no. She said, well, did you think that you were dreaming? And I said, no. She said, did you think that you were dreaming?
Be right back.
And I said, sometimes I don't know. But I was out on the radio just starting to change. Somewhere out in America it's starting to rain. So could you tell me one thing? You remember?
That's Counting Crows, bro. That's before your time, Charles.
Could you tell me one thing? Could you tell me one thing that you will remember?
My bad. I had just got finished cooking breakfast, so I'm like 5 minutes late.
There's a girl in a car and says, man, you should try to take a shot. Can't you see no one's? She looks at the bell and she said, hey, I'm thinking of jumping. She said she's tired of life where everybody tries something real, yeah. She is always on my mind. Round here, hey man, you know, I got a lot of time. Round here, we're never sent to bed early. And man, nobody makes us wait. Round here, we stay up.
You know what I hate? I hate when people say shit like, you see this in May 1983 motherfucker? I hate when people do that. I hate it. I hate when people say I'm out. Just leave. I'll be starting in about 7 minutes, maybe 10. I'll be right back.
Tell me one thing you'll remember about me. Did you think that you were dreaming? I said, no, I did not think that I was dreaming. And I said, so I just wanted to.
You shut up, punk.
And baby,
I'll kick your ass.
Yeah, Phil.
I told myself the last time will be my last. I wish I
smiling niggas in my mind racing fast. Got my foot up on the gas, got 100 on the dash. If the police run up on me, I ain't stopping for their ass. Boy, you know my L's dirty. If they stop me, I'm going to jail. Charlie, I've been next to my party in the cell. No bail for me, man. Let me out. Send me back the bitches to snail party. All I gotta do is call once and she there already. Yeah, party. Can't you tell I'm going through hell? I don't even open my mail. I'm in the shower with a soap in the towel. I need cleansing. Bad bitches all on the ground. They need cleanses. Pussy niggas running their mouth, but we ain't clenching. The names that ain't mentioned. I got dreams bigger than your whole team. You niggas so poor, but somehow you so green. I guess the city started with a penny, now I'm getting plenty money. One time for the city, yeah. Two times for you. Hey, one time for the city, hey. Two times for you. Look at it's raining outside, boy. Fuck up umbrella, niggas banging outside, boy. They guns a dumb brother, nigga. Tired of telling niggas that's deceased, rest in peace. We tired of only having just a piece. And fuck policing, they killing niggas, what's the reason? They thought of starving and she fucking freezing, so no wonder why he fucking squeezing. They out here busting, leaving niggas stuck and bleeding on the floor. Bullets what you like to see it on a hoe. Breathing slow, man, I'm in hell. One day you trying to make a ring, next day you
Charles, you on some weirdo shit. That's J. Cole.
What you think? That's the reason why this ain't in my big kids. Only niggas till they are extinct, but y'all been real. One time for the city, hey. Two times for you.
One more minute.
Yeah. One time for the city, hey. Two times for you, hey.
No, that's J. Cole. For anybody who want to say it's fucking Lupe Fiasco, I don't listen to that shit. That's J. Cole. So we're gonna play one more song. I'm trying to get a couple more things situated, and also I want to wait for at least 40 people to get here, and then I have a new approach where we're gonna just jump right into boxing. I am TstreeT Controversy. This is TstreeT Controversy Live. I can't really move my legs very much, but I can talk a lot. So just hang in there, and please subscribe and share the video.
Bringing the city shine. All he ever doing is painting pictures of crime, telling stories of pain, painting pictures of dope. Bitch, if you listen, I'm painting pictures of hope. Never went class in marriage because he broke. Hoping the day he won't be the butt of somebody's joke. See me, I lived it all from dirt floor in a trailer, worried about my mother and never trusted my neighbors. To middle class with a backyard in my own home, to being the only black kid in my homegrown. Academically gifted and followed my own rules. Was running the streets, hey ma, I'll be home soon. Was out chasing hoes, was out hooping. The niggas wasn't balling, but yet they was foul shooting. So me the newest role model who don't know how to fake this shit. Never sold a rocket, look, I made a bitch. Make one time for the city, yeah. Two times for you. Hey, go. Make one time for the city, yeah. Two times for you. Hey, girl, it's been so long, I've been gone from you, but you ain't gotta worry about the things I do. It's hard with the thought of you would ease my pain. Girl, I promise they gon' know our name. You see the smile in the eyes, without the dream about you.
Okay, real quick. Let's take a vote. Let's take a vote. You see this Marco RK guy talking about he's flagging this. I think that's a good reason to ban somebody for eternity. Should we do a public execution? Should we ban him right now? Because basically he just told me he's going to rat on me. So also you can flag it, but trust me, nothing's going to happen. But let's take a vote. You see this guy's comment? You see this scumbag? I think we should do a public lynching. Because why would you even play like that? Why would you play like that? Well, it looks like, listen, bro. Off with your head. You're going on a guillotine, bro. You're going on a guillotine. Why would you play like that? You know, yo, it's certain shit you say, and then I can see if I knew you or something, or you was somebody that like, you know, watched my streams before that I seen before. But yo, you know, yeah, you know what? Let's blow this guy's brains out. No, you know what? We're gonna stone him to death. We're gonna stone his ass. You're out of here, bro. Oh, he left, so I couldn't ban him. So what I'm doing is I'm going to his YouTube page. I went to his YouTube. I'm on his YouTube page. So yeah, that guy never coming back here. That guy's never coming back here. Fuck that guy, right? You responded to my questions before. You don't play like that, bro. You lucky I couldn't ban you. I almost banned you. I almost banned you. I almost banned you. I almost listen. Listen, you almost got stoned to death. We almost stoned you. They already voted against you, bro. They already voted against you, bro. I don't know if I can let you off the hook for this, man. I don't know if I can let you off the hook for this. I don't know if I can let you off the hook, bro. Be careful, you scum. I'll be right back. Let me finish what I'm doing. And see, you already took 2 minutes of my time. We're going to start in about 5 minutes for sure. Now, as I said before, I like to wait a little bit before people. Okay, I started the stream at exactly 10 a.m. It's 10:13 a.m. So I like to wait for enough people to get here until I start. So this gives you time, you know, because imagine, right, if I started the stream and started talking boxing at exactly 10 a.m. with what I want to talk about first, y'all would have missed it. You see what I'm saying? So just, I listen, Marco, stop copping the police. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Oh, okay. Okay. Just shut the fuck up. All right. I'll be right back.
Modern life deserves a modern way to pay.
They want you dead, bro. They want me to chop your head off.
Am I right? MasterPass, the secure way to pay from your bank. Don't just buy it, MasterPass it.
Live. Live. Oh, excuse me. Live. 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 Let's fix our camera. What is that with this? Let's fix our camera. Look at my. Oh shit, my bad. I lost a lot of motherfucking weight. Lost a lot of motherfucking weight. Is the let me check out the picture quality real quick. Let's check out the picture quality real quick. Okay, yeah, we good. You see like those lines in the video? What is that? What is that? What is that? Anyway, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Yeah, my weight goes up and down, but it's always been like that since I've been on YouTube. My weight goes up and down, it's crazy. It's crazy. But I'm on steroids now, so I'm going to put the weight back on. But yeah, all my clothes are and my hoodies are like extra big and shit. Okay, all right, listen. We have a new process around here where I'm sorry that this stream started the way it did because I said I wasn't going to be playing music, but now I have a person who is going to edit my videos for me. So what they're going to do is this video is going to once this stream is over, it's going to be downloaded and then edited so that it's going to start at this point after the music. But for future reference, if I say I'm starting the video at 10 p.m. or, we're not going to start talking until about 15 or 20 minutes into it, because what you want to do is, for example, when I first started the video, the first 5 minutes or so, there was only about maybe 10, 15 people here. So we want to get, you have to understand that. You have to understand that. So for the people who are watching the videos live, I understand for the people that are watching live, y'all get pissed off because y'all like, oh, hurry up and start talking boxing. But you got to look at the business side of it. So, I've been very ill this week. Literally, no bullshit. Almost died. I didn't see the light, but a whole bunch of crazy shit did happen. And I'm just happy to be here. So I can't walk really I can't really walk, I guess. Somehow tomorrow I got to make it to go see my daughter, but I got to, but can't really move. Even though I can talk, like if I'm sitting still in one spot, I'm fine. But if I'm not, for example, let me show you a little bit real quick. So you can understand. So you can understand. By the way, if you don't, please follow me on Instagram. This is my Instagram, obviously, you see right there. But let me show you basically what I was going through. Where's that? So yeah, that was me. Look, still controversial. You got to keep it controversial. This is my whole life. I was great die, but it's like, you know what? I got to put this whole picture out. So, I got Andre Ward winning, but I'm not saying that he can't get knocked out. I'm not saying, yeah, I'm gonna. Who was talking about they streaming? We're gonna curse you out, bro. The fillers suck and the sound quality is poor. Is my sound quality bad? Can you guys hear me clearly? Can you guys hear me clearly? What's up? What's up, Mikey? Do I have to sort my microphone? Okay, it's good. So yeah, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm still learning this microphone stuff. I'm still learning all this shit. So I still got a bunch of stuff that I'm still learning. But Andre Ward is very, very, very good in so many in every way you can be good as a boxer outside of having power. He pretty much has it all. For example, he is known. Come on. He is known to be what is called a dirty fighter, but I call it savvy. because he knows how to hit you with some elbows, hit you with some forearms, hit you low, tie up one arm and hit you, and not get deducted a point. Not get deducted a point, but that's what he's got to do tonight. Understand, though. Understand, and I'm going to be ready. Understand that this might be a slow-ass, boring-ass fight. Do you guys understand that? Are we in agreement that if Andre Ward wins, there's a good chance it's going to be a slow-ass, nasty, boring-ass fight? But you know what that's called? That's called the sweet science to me. That's the sweet science. It's the sweet science. So what we're going to do is, like I did in my Thurman Garcia video, we're going to start off by talking about Andre Ward. Then the second half of the video, or you know, we're going to do the video in 3 parts. The first third is going to be Andre Ward, why he can win, what he can do, what he'll likely do or can do if he wins. Then we're going to talk about Kovalev. Where does he go if he wins? We're going to talk about the rematch clause, all in that. And then the third piece of the video, we're going to talk about just general boxing news. So for all you guys with your questions about anything else outside of Kovalev Ward, you got to wait until basically the last half of the video or the last third of the video. So we're going to be here. I don't want this to turn into no 3-4 hour stream. You see what I'm saying? So it's a little, you might as well say it's 10:30 a.m. now. We're going to be here. We're going to try to make this. We're going to probably be here till 12:30. We're going to make this like a 2.5 hour video, I guess, because the first 20 minutes have to be edited out because of the music. You know, so we're going to try to make this because I'll start running my mouth and then people start coming in here and we start talking. Before I know it, I'm here for fucking 5 hours. And I got shit to do. It's fucking fight day. I got shit to do. All right. So if you don't know, Andre Ward is going to make $5 million. Sergey Kovalev is going to make $2 million. Sergey Kovalev is supposed to be getting Russian back end money. We always hear that shit, right? People always say that about Mayweather opponents. Well, you know, because Al Heyman be getting them. No, thank you, Al Heyman. Oh shit. I gotta get an in color one. I tell you, I'm disrespecting. I don't want to cover up Groves, though. I want to cover up Groves. I don't want to cover up George. But if I put it right here, then it's gonna look really dumb. I don't use this fucking phone. I'm sorry, Groves. Matter of fact, fuck him. There we go. He's not more important than Al Heyman. All right. You know what they say about Al Heyman fighters? Well, he only made this much because he's getting that Scandinavian TV money. He's getting that Nigerian TV money. You know? So many are asking, wait a minute, how is Kovalev the WBA, WBO, IBF champion? And technically, if you look at activity and if you look at television ratings, right? He should be A-side. Even though Andre Ward has the A-side skills, Kovalev, when you factor in, money, he's A-side. But Andre Ward is signed with Rock Nation. Rock Nation has about maybe $500 to $800 million behind them. They have a lot of money. And we saw that they were throwing around their money when they tried to sign Keith Thurman for all of that money. How much did they try to sign Keith Thurman for? I did the video. Remember, they tried to sign Adrian Broner for what? I didn't like the deal because it was too long. If I'm correct, it was 5 years, 40 million. They tried to sign Adrian Broner for. And then they tried to sign Deontay Wilder. We know they have money. We know Rock Nation has money. So that's why I feel that they are making, that's why I feel that Andre Ward is making that much money. And also, maybe that's the reason why they said, listen, this fight's got to happen. And if it does happen, Andre Ward needs to be compensated. So, in a way, we should be happy that the fight's just happening. But some people say that, why are we worried? I dislike the fans that say, why are we worried about what the fighters make? Remember what Floyd Mayweather said? Because it's fucking prize fighting. You're fighting for a prize. The purses of fights have been known throughout history. But I noticed when it comes to certain fighters, especially African-American fighters, people are like, oh, what you counting his pockets for? But yet, these the same people that say that Manny Pacquiao should have took the 40 million. So, people they ass backwards out here. They ass backwards out here. So let's do a little bit of math, right? Now let's assume they're saying that this fight would be a success if it did 300,000 pay-per-view buys. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into what the fight may do. We're going to get into what the fight may do. All right. So let's say, for example, the fight is $64.99 on pay-per-view here in the United States. Over in the UK, they're getting it on Sky for it's not free. It's in your cable package. So therefore, Rock Nation and main events, we don't know how much, but they're getting some money from Sky for the rights to the fight. We don't know how much, but let's just talk about here in the United States. The fight is $64.99. They're saying that if it does 300,000 pay-per-view buys, it would be a success. So $64.99 times 300,000 pay-per-view buys equals about 19,500,000. So let's say 19 million. Let's say 18 million in pay-per-view revenue. And let's say not everybody buys in high definition. Some people may be buying in the standard definition. So let's say it does about 18 million in pay-per-view revenue, right? Let's say maybe about 5 to I can't the ticket sales. I'm going to say high would be about 8 million in ticket sales, right? So therefore, what do you have there? About maybe 23 million, right, in revenue. HBO takes, if I'm correct, HBO takes a little under 8%. Then you have to factor in how much it costs to promote the fight, production costs and all that shit. In my opinion, the fighter should be making more. Just by doing the math, I'm wondering, like, wait a minute, where does all of this money really go? Now, over the years, I'm learning more and more about, the business of the sport, because as I told you before, I'm using this media stuff that I'm doing as like a stepping stone to one day be a promoter. So therefore, if you learn the media side, you learn all the inner and outer workings of the business. So therefore, when I become a promoter, I don't know all the, the tricks and shit. For example, if I had the resources, I would know how to maneuver this shit out those rankings to get my fighters title shots. Anybody know where I can live stream for this fight? Don't answer him. Because Rick, where are you located, Rick Galvin? Where are you located, sir? Where are you located? Why aren't you buying the fight? Don't get quiet. Why aren't you buying the fight? I will shun you. I will curse all of you out. I will curse whoever says they're not buying the fight. And I'm talking to the people who have the money to do so. Support the sport. The UFC is kicking our motherfucking ass. And I got to do a video on that. The UFC is kicking our ass. and people stream UFC too. But if there's any fight you buy, and I buy all fights, and for people who doubt, I put my cable bill up, on like for people to see, and I can understand okay, now listen. Now Don Flamenco, right? Those are like female questions. Let me read the questions. Oh, so let me read the questions and the name of the people. So therefore, we can keep things in context. So Don Flamenco says, T, is there a way to buy the fight if you don't have cable? Are you being a smartass? I can understand if you can't afford the fight. I can understand if you don't have cable. Then it's like, all right, you're a fan. Do what you got to do. Don't sit there and fucking look at the wall or fucking watch fucking Matlock. Go ahead, watch the fight. But I'm talking to the people who have the money and the people who want to talk all this shit about boxing, like, oh, well, such and such should make this and this fighter should do this and do that, but then you don't support the sport. My feathers got really, really ruffled, where that's this other YouTube channel out there. I ain't gonna lie, I used to troll the shit out of him. Y'all know who I'm talking about. But I said, you know what? I'm not gonna do that shit no more. I was trolling him, and then I heard, him say that he didn't buy the fight. And it's like, you goddamn scumbag. You got fucking 50,000 something subscribers, and you make a good money. I know how much you make. And you doing, these whole shit for the views, and then you're not buying the fight, and you ask for donations? What the fuck? 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 So I feel that anybody who makes any type of revenue off the sport should give back to the sport. Simple. 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 It's like, why are you streaming fights, bro? Or bros? And then you're telling fans, don't pay for the fights and yada 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 yada. That's what you should not be doing. That's what you should not be doing. That's not cool. That's not cool. So I do feel that fighters should get paid more money. But let me tell you something that I've learned, especially since I've been in media. Let me tell you something I've learned. And this is no disrespect, but some of these fighters be dumb as a rock. They don't, they sign contracts, don't read them. They won't even go to HBO and say, like, yeah, wait a minute, how much do y'all get from this fight? And then you don't go to your promoter and say, how much do you get? So where is this going? But we also have an epidemic in boxing where you have fighters who think they deserve more than what a fight can generate. For example, I'm a big Danny Jacobs fan. But Danny Jacobs wants, what did he say he wanted? 10 million to fight Golovkin? Because it's like, if you get 10 million, then Golovkin's got to get, at least more than you. What about the ticket sales? And is the fight going to be on paper? Where's the money going to come from, bro? So, I really feel that I understand the Rock Nation thing, but I really feel that Kovalev should be making more money. And remember, I must say this, and from a journalistic standpoint, main events, the promoter of Sergey Kovalev, they've helped me, especially when it comes to starting my website. I can't go into details, but why do fans feel that they're robbing the fighters or they're robbing Kovalev? Now his manager, what is his name? Elgis Klimas, I believe. He's like the biggest manager for what is that? What is that? Like Russian, Ukrainian, you know, those type fighters. So it's his job to make sure his fighters get good money. So I know deep down that main events would be pretty stupid to try to rip Kovalev off. So we're in the day and age where in social media with the social media day and age that we're in, it's hard to get over on people because somebody gonna put that shit out there. That's why the boxing organizations like the WBC, the WBA, I can't wait to do my video on them, and the IBF and the WBO, they can't get away with the shit they used to get away with before, where, you know, motherfuckers wasn't getting any mandatories and shit like that. They can't get away with shit like that anymore. Managers and promoters can't get away with this shit like that anymore because they will go to Twitter. They will get those Twitter fingers. They will get those Twitter fingers. Let me drink some water. They will get those Twitter fingers. We as fans should not be worrying about fighters' payday, but then you must be a new boxing fan because this has been going on for literally the history of boxing. Back to when they would like have like boxing matches, right? With all these people standing around with these little ass thin ass gloves on and somebody going around with a hat, people putting the money in the hat, and the fighters will fight for that. So for you to say something like that, Dallas Troy, it's like you must be a new fan, bro. You know, I don't know where people getting this stuff from. It's prize fighting. Where y'all getting this from? Where y'all getting this from? We shouldn't be worried about the fighters' purses. It's news. Oh my God, Don Flamenco, why are you so mad? Damn T, you put me on blast for no reason. I was being respectful. But hey, you're the master of ceremony. No, I just answered your question. You asked me a question where you said, what did he say? How can you buy the fight when you have no cable? What the fuck? I shouldn't even have answered that. And I know you've been around for a while, but just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Correct. If you're putting your life on the line, you should make good money. You got to. You got to. The guy George Groves fought yesterday is in the hospital. I haven't gotten an update, but I hope he's all right. Fighters dying there. When I almost went into a coma early this week, no lie, I thought about Pritchard Cologne. I was like, damn, I don't want to be like that. That's some sad shit. You know, that boy's in that young man is in a coma. And the crazy thing is, what hurts, when I first met him, he said, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't know who he was. He said, what's up, T-Street? I'm glad you made it out to the fight. I used to watch your videos when I was a kid. And I'm like, I only been on YouTube for like 4 years. And I did an interview with him, and I was just so upset because I really didn't know who he was. But it's like, yo, when you see that, man, you know, like fighters be dying in there. Look at Magomedov. Wait, what is it? I forgot. I used to know how to pronounce his name. The guy that fought Mike Perez. And now he's just, you know, he's mainly the reason why New York has that high, you know, insurance tax or whatever. I forgot what it is. But yo, man, you know, fighters deserve they deserve to make more money. Now, when you look at Andre Ward's record, right? Let's pull it up. Let's pull up Andre Ward's record. Andre Ward. Pull up Andre Ward's record. You remember at one point in time, he was in some deep ass shit with his promoter, Dan Goosen. Rest in peace. His career was in real jeopardy. Let's look at his record. Let me see if you guys can see this clearly. Okay, let me zoom in. Y'all can't see it clearly. Let me zoom in. Yeah, that should work. All right. Now, he's been really active over the last 2 fights this year. That's active for Andre Ward. That's really, really active. Alexander Brand, Sullivan Barrera. Paul Smith in 2015, his only fight in 2015. In fact, his first fight in, what was that? Over, what was that? I guess you can say a year and a half. He fought Paul Smith, right? So the Alexander Brand fight, if you don't know, Alexander Brand, even though Andre Ward is too, was a fighter who normally fights at 168 pounds. I personally felt that if you're trying to sell a pay-per-view, right? And you're fighting this Alexander Brand guy, right? I think you should do a good job in putting on a show and trying to knock him out. Now, I'm not saying that Andre Ward should have put himself at risk or changed up, his style, I guess, but it's like, yo, you shouldn't have went in rounds with this dude. Sullivan Barrera was a good, credible fight against an up-and-coming talent. The Paul Smith fight, Paul Smith didn't give a fuck. This fight technically was at cruiserweight. If you really want to think about it, he just didn't give a fuck. We saw what happened. He got his face smashed in. Edwin Rodriguez, we were like, okay, well, at least I remember I covered this fight, and I remember everybody saying, well, at least he's back and at least he's active. So we kind of gave him a pass for this fight, but he shouldn't have fought no goddamn Edwin Rodriguez. And then Chad Dawson, which was his last big fight, in my opinion, and that was over 4 years ago. Over 4 years ago. This fight was at a catch weight. Chad Dawson, at that point in time in his career, let me look up on my other computer, because I'm not signed into BoxRec on here, and I forgot my password, so you can't see the weights. So I got to sign in on my other computer and look at it. Okay, so when he fought Andre Ward at 168 pounds, the last time he fought at that weight was in 2006. So he hadn't fought at that weight limit for 6 years. For 6 years. Now, it's Chad Dawson's fault because I covered this fight extensively. It's Chad Dawson's fault because he said, yeah, he'll take the fight at 168 pounds. But then behind the scenes, he went to Andre Ward and his team and said, can you make it 170? Andre Ward and his team was like, nah, bro, you said 168. Make that weight. Remember Chad Dawson had to cut his head bald and everything? Now, I'm not saying that the fight was at 170 pounds. Chad Dawson, he would have still got beat up and he would have still got knocked out, in my opinion. But it's like, it's hard for me to really take that, And then at that time, if he would have fought Chad Dawson at 170, he would have been a champion in 2 divisions. Now, of course, Carl Froch is the biggest win of his career, in my personal opinion, because if you don't know who Carl Froch is, my God, look at this guy's record. I mean, look at his resume. George Groves, Mikhail Kessler twice. This guy. Lucien Bute. He fought Andre Ward, of course, lost. Glenn Johnson when he was still, good. Arthur Abraham, Mikhail Kessler, Jermaine Taylor, Andre Durrell. This was that home cooking right there. Jean Pascal. Look, nothing but bangers. Carl Froch is the fucking man. And that's why, no good George Groves. I can't stand him. So, looking at Sergey Kovalev's record, right? Isaac Chilemba fight. This was a stay busy fight, because remember, he will be fighting 3 times this year. It was a stay busy fight, and Isaac Chilemba showed some weaknesses in Kovalev. But Kovalev did look uncharacteristically like he really didn't care. But still, it's like, you always put on your best performance because it looks like a weakness. Jean Pascal rematch, that fight should not have happened. Najib Mohammedi, he was a mandatory. If I'm correct, he was either the mandatory or future mandatory because it was supposed to be Artur Bertabiev, but Bertabiev got hurt. And Bertabiev's promoter, manager, not Al Heyman, but the what is his name? Michael something. I forgot. Anyway, they're keeping Bertabiev away from Kovalev for now. Then the Jean Pascal fight was credible. Say what you want about how old Bernard Hopkins is, that's still B-Hop. You can't take that away from him. Blake Capriello, Cedric Agnew when he got beat up in front of his mama. That was sad. That was sad. In fact, let me type that in. Cedric Agnew mom. Remind me of like a fucking sad episode of Good Times. Sad episode of Good Times. Saying Agnew parents. Remember his pop was there, or his grandpa looking like Rev Run? Oh Lord. She's like, oh Lord, Jesus, my baby gone. That was sad. Like, we seen fighters get beat up all the time. But to get beat up in front of your family, like, oh, that was sad. And look at it. Oh, why'd he bring them? Why'd he bring them? Why'd he bring them, man? That was sad. That was sad. That was sad. That was sad, yo. That was sad. That shit was sad. That shit was sad, man. I would have said, no, mama, you gotta stay home. I would have said, mama, you gotta stay home. He also, Darnell Boone, the ultimate gatekeeper. Gabriel Capillo, Nathan Cleverly, he beat the stink off of him. Ishmael Shalak, cool dude, but he got beat up too. Who is the guy? What is his name? Let me find him. Let me find him. What's the name of the fighter? Is it this guy? I think it was this guy. This guy right here. Very sad story. This is the guy who Sergey Kovalev, who died after fighting Sergey Kovalev. He actually literally died in the ring. He died in the ring. That's some sad ass shit. So for Kovalev to be a person who fought a man who died, I'm not going to dare say that Kovalev killed him. You know, that's just disrespectful. But I mean, Bernard Hopkins said it. That was crazy. But it's just like, you know, this is like, damn. It's just like, damn, you know. Boxing, man, that shit is dangerous, yo. That shit is dangerous. Now, how I feel Andre Ward can win, Andre Ward has got to take the power away from Kovalev. If he's going to win, he's got to try to fight that dirty fight. He's got to use that savvy, you know, ring. Like he's like a less powerful, younger version of Bernard Hopkins. Even though Bernard Hopkins' antics, like Bernard Hopkins was more, he had a lot more antics than being dirty. But Bernard Hopkins, when he was young, he was pretty dirty. Like Bernard Hopkins has gotten dirtier as he's gotten older, you know, because he's kind of like a dirty old man, you know, and he old people be doing all kind of crazy shit. So if Andre Ward's going to win, he's got to use all that. Andre Ward is very good at punching like immediately after the clinch. You know, he knows how to tie one arm up and hit you. He knows how to fucking twist your shit all up, have your shoulder all the way up here and all that shit. He's got to use all that because we don't know how Andre Ward is going to react to being hit. We don't know how he's going to react to being hit by Kovalev. Kovalev's power is no myth. And as plain as it may sound, and as made childish as it may sound, the way I'm going to word it, but he will punch the shit out of you in your motherfucking face. He will punch you in your fucking face. He will punch the shit out you in your face, and you're going down. Remember, he hit Bernard Hopkins on the top of the head. And I remember I was at that fight in a post-fight interview. He's like, he has very, very, very hot head. Also, they have to watch out for Kovalev. He does this thing, and Bernard Hopkins caught him for it. But Virgil Hunter is a very seasoned and veteran trainer, so I'm sure they're going to watch out for it. Kovalev punches the walls. So what that does is Kovalev punching the walls, it softens the padding on the gloves. It softens the paddings on the gloves. Now, I'll say this once again, because he's a cool-ass dude. He's my homie. But Travis Gotti be on some shit sometimes, yo. He be on some shit. He be on some shit. You know how difficult it is to load gloves these days? And if a fighter's gloves is loaded, then you got to fire, and you got to fire everybody on your team, because it's like, why wasn't nobody watching him wrap his gloves? Why did those gloves leave anybody's sight? It's hard as shit to fucking to load gloves these days. It's hard. If you load some gloves, you on some what's that Doctor Strange shit? You bending time and shit. It's hard as shit to load gloves. You know, it's somebody from the team, and then the loss, it's somebody from your team, usually your trainer. So it will likely be Virgil Hunter, somebody else from War Team, and then somebody from the Las Vegas State Athletic Commission. You know, maybe they sit there like this. And especially since the Antonio Margarito shit went down, they don't play that shit no more. You know, motherfuckers may used to be relaxed back then, but if somebody gets away with loading gloves now, you better fire all of them. Fire them all. Because that's your life. That's your life they playing with. That's your life. Virgil Hunter brought up Hitler at the last press conference. We should watch the last press conference, right? While we're here, or like the good parts, we should watch it. We should watch it. What was the issue with Triple G's gloves? Get out with that bullshit, yo. Get out of here with that bullshit. 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 In fact, we're not talking about anything but Kovalev versus Ward until the last third of the video. What was that? What's the issue with Cesar Perez says, what was the issue with Triple G's gloves? Remember to remind me. Okay. 007 Bond, you are being blocked, bro, for eternity. Boop. So now you can't come back. Why is it saying invalid request? Okay, I'll get you later, motherfucker. I'll get you later. I block people for like being a hoe and saying like female stuff. So what happens is, it's like, if you're going to leave the stream, then don't be a, don't be a hoe, and don't be like, I'm leaving, man. Just leave. Just leave. Let me write this guy's name down, because I can't block him right now. Something's happening. Just leave. So, where did I leave off? Oh, yeah. So remember to remind me to make sure I read your name and the question, because what happens is when people are watching the video after it's not live, it seems like I'm talking to myself. I mean, Rosado could say something about the gloves, but at the same time, he is a veteran trainer, Billy Briscoe. So it's like Rosado can say whatever he want about the gloves. Then why didn't your team check the gloves? Whose fault is it really? Golovkin gloves do be looking small, but at the same time, everybody's not on Mayweather level where they can tell somebody, no, I don't want him wearing those gloves. So it's like if something wrong with the gloves, then that means somebody on your team fucked up. And Billy Briscoe being a veteran trainer, it's like he's supposed to know better. You see what I'm saying? He's supposed to know better. But Andre Ward gets hit with some shots. Now, if he's going to win, I'll say it again. It's got to be what they call a masterclass. It's got to be what they call a masterclass. How did he do it against Cotto? Because probably that fat man, that guy, he gives me the creeps. That guy to be sleeping in Cotto bed, probably because one of them wasn't in the locker room with Margarito. So come on, don't ask questions like I'm not going to say his name. We're just going to call him Rob because I don't even know why that's your name. Rob says, how did Margarito do it against Cotto? Meaning, how did he load his gloves? Because somebody didn't do their job. Duh. Somebody didn't do their job. Come on. All you guys know, we all know that if you have a fighter, right, you don't let those gloves leave your sight. Those gloves would never leave my sight. And then if I'm a promoter or a manager of a fighter and I see that like, wait a minute, well, I see that the whole team is around, I'm going to ask like, wait a minute, what the fuck are y'all doing here? Ain't somebody supposed to be in his locker room? Who's watching the gloves? Who's watching the gloves? The gloves aren't loaded. That shit is difficult. So that's an invalid argument. That's an invalid argument. Doesn't make any sense. Kovalev's power was for real, but just like Andre Ward, Kovalev's been knocked down by Darnell Boone. Kovalev was also didn't he get flash knocked down by Blake Capriello? Didn't he get knocked down by him? If I'm correct, I covered the fight. I got short-term memory loss and shit. So I don't know, man. Like my heart is saying Kovalev. But what I've learned is the vast majority of people are going with Andre Ward because he's Andre Ward. But they thinking like, yo, Kovalev can really win. He probably gonna knock Andre Ward the fuck out. You know how crazy that would be if Andre Ward gets knocked out? But see, Andre Ward's too legit. If Andre Ward gets hurt, you know what he's gonna do. You know what he's gonna do. He's gonna tie Kovalev up. He's gonna hold on for dear life. He's gonna hold on for dear life, yo. He's gonna hold on for dear life. And that's what's so good about Andre Ward. He's so technically sound, but he's gonna have to do a lot of moving. And you got to think, Kovalev and his team knows, and John David Jackson knows that this fight is a fight where they can't try to outbox. They can't. He did get hurt by Pascal. I remember that. That was the first fight. He did get hurt by Pascal. But John David Jackson and Kovalev know that they got to make this a good fight, that they can't allow Andre Ward to try to tie him up, and they got to be the pressure fighter because Andre Ward's going to have to do a lot of moving. Andre Ward's going to have to do a lot of moving. A lot of motherfucking moving. Only time will tell. Mando BG says Kovalev is going to stop Ward no more than 8 rounds. That's a bold prediction, man. That's a bold prediction. It's like either Kovalev is going to win, by knockout, or Andre Ward is going to win on the cards, on some clean sweep type shit. On some clean sweep type shit. So We haven't even been here for an hour yet. We've already covered a lot of ground. So right now, let's just talk about some more politics then. If let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick. One minute. Okay, so he's still the Diamond Champion. Okay, so Adonis Stevenson is the WBC champion. Kovalev is the WBC Diamond Champion. The silver champion is Alida Alvarez, who is supposed to be fighting Adonis Stevenson next. Adonis Stevenson is going to be in attendance. Joe Smith is fighting Bernard Hopkins. The winner of Joe Smith versus Bernard Hopkins is going to be the next mandatory for Adonis Stevenson. So it's going to be Alida Alvarez next, and then the winner of Joe Smith and Bernard Hopkins is going to be the next mandatory. Just to go a little bit off topic, what if Bernard Hopkins wins and they say, okay, well, Bernard Hopkins, just stick around for another year or less, and we'll get you to fight with Adonis Stevenson? It's crazy, right? So he can actually get Adonis Stevenson and actually retire as a champion if he fights Adonis Stevenson. You know, so that's something to think about. So the point I'm trying to make is, if you remember, there was a purse bid that was supposed to take place. Was it this April? I believe it was last April. There was supposed to be a purse bid between Adonis Stevenson and Kovalev for the WBC. Sergey Kovalev and his team pulled out of the purse bid. Why did they pull out the purse bid? It is said it's because they were signed with HBO. It said, I'll put the stare down on. It said that KOD testimonies. I'll put the stare down face off on. It said that it's because of Kovalev's HBO contract, but it's not because of HBO, in my personal opinion. And what I've learned, Mando BG, I know that. I covered the press conference. Mando BG said Bernard Hopkins has signed contract agreement that says it's his last fight, according to Oscar De La Hoya. But don't believe that shit. Don't believe it. You know, that would be very tempting, you know, for Bernard Hopkins to stay if they say, well, you know, we'll make it a mandatory for the winner of Alida Alvarez versus Adonis Stevenson. Okay, so to get back to what I was saying, Kovalev's team pulled him out of the purse bid, and this is the first time, in my understanding, in history they did a purse bid for their fighter against a fighter who was a champion. So to put it in perspective, that's like the WBO telling Billy Joe Saunders, okay, well, if you don't fight Golovkin, then, you know, we're going to have to put it in the purse bid. But the WBC did that for Kovalev because they got sick and tired of Adonis Stevenson bullshit. Adonis Stevenson and Al Heyman's bullshit. Kovalev and his team pulled out of the purse bid, in my personal opinion, from what I've learned, not because of the HBO contract, but because they didn't have the money to go head-to-head in a purse bid with Al Heyman. When Al Heyman, the PBC venture was only about a month or 2 months old at the time, and Al Heyman was spending crazy money. So what would have likely happened is, at a Kovalev versus Stevenson purse bid, Al Heyman would have likely won, and you would have had Kovalev versus Stevenson on Showtime pay-per-view or on PBC, and that just would, and Kathy Duva, the promoter of Kovalev, and Al Heyman was beefing at the time. So imagine if Andre Ward wins. If Andre Ward wins, he has that Rock Nation money behind him. So if Andre Ward wins, let's talk about it. He'll be the WBA Super World. Nathan Cleverly is the WBA World. That's a fight he can fight. They was already talking about him maybe fighting Nathan Cleverly. He would be the WBA Super World, the WBL, the IBF, the Ring Magazine, and most likely in a lot of people's minds, pound for pound, you know, in the world. He's got that Rock Nation money behind him. What if the WBC says, okay, we're going to do another purse bid for Andre Ward to fight Adonis Stevenson? You would have Al Heyman and Adonis Stevenson, no, Al Heyman and Rock Nation, who's never done business together before. In fact, they have like beef, even though there's two twin brothers that work with both, one twin brother works with Al Heyman, Barclays, Brooklyn Boxing. The other brother, the Yormark brother, works with Rock Nation. But yet the companies don't do business with each other. So it would force Rock Nation and Al Heyman to work together. It's crazy. Yes, there is a rematch clause in place. There's a rematch clause in place. You know, but wasn't there a rematch clause for Canelo versus Cotto? It's like, you know, no, there wasn't a rematch clause for Canelo versus Cotto. But it all depends if it's going to happen or not. I would love to see Adonis Stevenson versus Andre Ward. And fuck, I mean, I want to see Adonis Stevenson versus Sergey Kovalev too. But it didn't happen because main event's money wasn't long enough. Main event's money. Let me share this video around a little bit. I didn't even share the video. In the meantime, let's go look at the light heavyweight division in like a whole. And we got to look at the 168 division too, because we got to talk about the fighters that may move up. 160 and 175 has some good fights. And just like the Golovkin situation, anybody who from 154 who wants to move up to 160, you got to fight Golovkin, you know, or Billy Joe. And then eventually you're going to have to fight one of them because they're going to have all the belts. If you come to 175, you got to fight either Andre Ward or you got to fight Kovalev. You know, you got to. Yep, I remember that, Drew. Drew says, no, there wasn't a rematch clause for Cotto Canelo. There was for Floyd versus De La Hoya, and Floyd retired, so he wouldn't rematch Oscar. And that's when Oscar fought Steve Forbes and shit. I remember. I've been having a drink like a lot of H2O and shit to break up the mucus. Oh yeah, let's look at the 175-pound division. I have a website launching in a couple of weeks. It's called FightView360.com. And the reason why I'm saying this is so I don't have to use this website's boxing rankings anymore. So my rankings are going to be updated as there's new champions. So, you know, some websites update their rankings, you know, monthly. My shit's going to be updated, you know, when there's a new champion. You know, because I hate using this website and I use them all the time, giving them all this, you know, and they'll never show no love. They don't never show no love. That shit burns me up. It's like, yo, why y'all being so fucking petty? Let me see if you guys can see this. Yeah, I'm zooming in. Give me 1 minute. I gotta zoom in some more. Let me see. There we go. All right. So, as you can see, the 175-pound division has names. Just not great names. For example, of course, you got Stevenson, Alida Alvarez, Joe Smith, Artur Beterbiev, who's, you know, a very good up-and-coming prospect. This guy fights. I saw him fight twice. And in fact, in his last fight, he didn't even look good. I remember this guy. You got Azar Shabrinsky. I'm not too high on him. I'm not too high on him. He's, you know, coming along. Of course, we saw what happened to Fanfara. Marcus Brown, we saw what happened with him. Top Dog Williams, you know, Sullivan Barrera, you know, Jean Pascal, Jürgen Breimer, you know, these are like names that hardcore fans we know, but they're not, you know. I know they robbed the shit out of him with Pascal. It should have been Yunieski Gonzalez versus or Kovalev versus Gonzalez, not Pascal, but they had to rob him because basically the Pascal fight was already signed. Let's see who else. You know, it's not that, you know, it's not, what is this guy still doing ranked? You know, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. But then when you look at the 168 on possible guys that can move up, eventually one of these Durrell brothers is going to have to move up. Maybe Arthur Abraham may move up. You know, Lucien Boutte, you know, has been there. Would he move up again? But then again, Lucien Boutte would get he would get knocked the fuck out. What else? Rocky Felding, you know, Martin Murray, he can't do 175. He just went too far. He just went way too far. David Benavidez, Jose Benavidez's brother, is a bright spot. You got Jesse Hart, but Jesse Hart, you know, he's at 168 right now. I interviewed Jesse Hart. When did I interview him? It was like a year ago, 2 years ago. And I asked him, no, that wasn't me who interviewed him. One of my guys interviewed him. And they was asking him about if he would move to 175. I forgot what he said. You know, we can't talk about Caleb Smith because Caleb Smith, you know, he's at 168. He's waiting for his title shot. You know, Badu Jack said that win or loss against James DeGale, he's moving to 175. James DeGale hasn't said anything about 175 yet. He seems to be staying. Who else? Jalen Love. We don't know what he's doing. Julio Cesar Chavez is we don't know what Chavez Jr. is doing. We do know that he's with Mimo Haradia, so therefore he shouldn't have any issues making any weight. He shouldn't have no issues making any weight, but we don't know if he's going to be fighting at 175 or 168. He needs to be fighting at 168 because 175 is just not, you know, he can't bully people like he did. He can't bully people like he did. He can't bully like he did. So, who else should we talk about? What's your question? I'm reading your questions. Let me mute this. Hell yeah, I'm ready for the fight. Well, no, actually, I told you guys I can't really walk. So, I can't really walk. Yeah, that's what's up, TY. I know that B-Hop having a media workout sometime soon. B-Hop having a media workout sometime soon. So he's probably going to be there at Johan for the Joe Smith fight. So I'm going to be there. Definitely going to be there. I'm definitely going to be there. Damn, what was I talking about? I forgot what I was about to say. I'm sorry I'm talking a mile a minute. It's the steroids and all the medication and everything that I'm on. The undercard is not, put it this way. The undercard should be really good. I'm interested to see Clarissa Shields. I'm interested to see the Curtis Stevens fight. And this Alexander guy. I forgot his name, but he didn't look too good. Light Circle Third Eye. Please subscribe to my channel for Waking Music Research Pineal Gland. Okay, yeah, whatever, bro. I'm not going to ban you for that, even though a lot of people, they say, oh, don't post links in my chat. I don't really mind that. So I'm going to let you ride. If you buy the pay-per-view, then the Shields fight, yeah, definitely should be televised if you bought the pay-per-view. Because even though the main event don't start until midnight, around like 11 or midnight p.m. Eastern time, I believe they start televising fights at 8 p.m. or maybe 7 p.m. or something like that. So I think it is televised. All right. I think we covered a lot. What else do we need to talk about, guys? What else do we need to talk about? Let me share the video around like I said I was going to do. Let me share the video around. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play some of the press conference, I guess. I might as well play the press conference, right? While I take like a 5-minute break. Right? We've been live, like talking boxing for exactly an hour. So we'll be here for about another, I guess we can wrap things up in an hour or maybe an hour and a half. Because remember, the last half of the video, we're going to talk, the last third of the video, we're going to talk about regular boxing news and shit. You know, just everything, you know. But the first, you know, this time we got to talk about Kovalev versus Ward. So all I got to do is I'm going to bake a chicken. And I'm going to eat that chicken today, tomorrow. And then on Monday, I'm going to make some chicken salad out of it. I don't have to really do anything or go anywhere. Is there a rematch clause? Yes. Somebody said there's a rematch clause for Kovalev, but not for Ward. I'm confused. But if you don't know, Kovalev is making $2 million, and he's supposed to be getting Russian TV money. And then Andre Ward is making $5 million, but he's with Rock Nation. So I'm pretty much sure they had a big part to do with that. TstreeT, if Ward, King Team says TstreeT, if Ward wasn't at 175, Kovalev would go undefeated for the next 3 years. Yeah. Looking at the 100 and Yasir Ali, if you don't change that motherfucking logo, no disrespect, bro. If you don't change that logo, yeah, looking at the 175-pound division, even looking at 168, who at 168 do you feel can beat Kovalev? Maybe James DeGale can give him some problems. Caleb Smith, but we don't know how Caleb Smith's chin is. And Caleb Smith is, I guess you could say, still green. You can't really, you know, put him up there yet. You know, let me go look at the 100 and let me go look at the 168 division again. Go look at the zoom out. So looking at the 168 division, you know, even a lot of those guys, let's say, who's better, Andre or Anthony Durrell? Andre Durrell is the better fighter. We saw what James DeGale did to him, but yet Andre Durrell, in my opinion, started winning the last half of the fight. How would Andre Durrell do at 175 against Sergey Kovalev? I don't think that Anthony Durrell would be. I think Anthony Durrell would probably get knocked out by Kovalev. George Grove would get sparked out. Lucien Bute would get sparked out. Fedor Chutinov would get sparked out. Rocky Felding would get sparked out. We can't really say anything about David Benavidez yet. He's just too green. You know, so yeah. You know, if you look at the 168 and 175 pound division, Andre Ward and Sergey Kovalev are the top fighters. Then you could say, you know, number 3. Honestly, I would put Artur Biev over champion Adonis Stevenson. And then really, who else is it? You know, Joe Smith is, you know, but we just really found out who Joe Smith is, really. You know, I'm interested to see what he does against Behan, because that would be a fight that I would love to see. You know, a Sergey Kovalev versus a Joe Smith, or or Andre Ward. Also, you know, it's a shame because we were all real high on Fanfara, but we saw, you know, what Joe Smith did to him. We saw what Joe Smith did to him. We saw what Joe Smith did to him. And plus, I gotta take a break. My fucking throat is starting to hurt. Got mucus and shit. I got spit. So let me read some of the chat room really quickly. I like Alberto Ramirez. Dude is huge. Pause for him. Like he don't seem like no 168 pounder. You know, dude is, you know, not just his height, but dude don't seem like no 168 pounder. Damn it. Thoughts on Frank Warren teaming up? James Moore says, thoughts on Frank Warren teaming up with BT Sports. BT Sports. Is Frank back big time? Yes, he's back big time. But we're not going to talk about that until the last third of the video. We're going to talk about all other boxing news in the last third of the video. You know, because I've been going pretty much like the whole week. Thank you, Yasir. That's all I ask, bro. That's all I ask. So what did we miss? Did we address everything with Kovalev versus Ward? We're gonna watch the face off, and then we're gonna watch the post fight. The press conference where Virgil Hunter and John David Jackson going at it. We're gonna watch that going at it. So what I need to do is I need to figure out, like, I got really, really good internet, the best internet I can get from my cable company. I have a powerful computer, you know, I have two powerful laptops, but when I show images, they lag, you know, or video, they lag. I need this shit to be crystal clear. You know, now I did say that I do have another monitor that I want to put like right here, you know, so I'll be able to show, you know, but I gotta figure that out. I gotta figure that out because I want to be able to just to show stuff and like click and then it pop up right here, you know. And I don't want to do no green screen and all that shit. Not into all that shit, man. Not into all that shit. So let's go watch the face-off first. Who wants the face-off first? Let's see. Oh, you want to watch Kovalev movie preview? Kovalev got this new movie coming out. Y'all should support it. He got this new movie coming out with Van Damme.
No, you will have to pay for my life. Prepare for a raw fish rampage. Bullets will fly. And no one is safe. You go set the girl. I got this. It'll take an army to stop them. And some won't make it. Did he make it? Because there's no such thing as a free lunch. Razzie Award winner Jean-Claude Van Damme. Great job. And introducing WBA, IBF, WBO light heavyweight champion Sergey Kovalev. In back. You have to pay me $60. No, you will have to pay for my life. Prepare for a raw fish rampage. Bullets will fly. And no one is safe. You go set the girl. I got this. It'll take an army to stop them. And some won't make it. Did he make it? Because there's no such thing as a free lunch. Razzie Award winner Jean-Claude Van Damme. Great job. And introducing WBA, IBF, WBO light heavyweight champion Sergey Kovalev. In back.
Arena in Las Vegas, world champion, Olympic gold medalist, Andre Ward, the defending champion, undefeated. From Chelyabinsk, Russia, Sergey Kovalev.
Y'all notice the height? Y'all notice the height?
The light heavyweight championship of the world. On HBO pay-per-view.
I would love to see that movie. Why Kovalev act like he was gonna get tough?
World champion, Olympic gold medalist, Andre Ward, the defending champion, undefeated.
Why Kovalev trying to act like he was gonna break bad? Get out of here, Cove. You ain't about that life, bro. Yo, I would love to see that movie. That movie looked like it's gonna be funny as shit. With his $10,000 budget. I wonder how they got Van Damme to do it. That movie would be funny as hell. Because you know fucking Kovalev can't speak English to save his life. And also, Kovalev has some pretty controversial old-timey rules. You know, I think it's like, I don't think he's racist. I just think he just on some, he be on some other shit. You know, and probably John David Jackson be able to tell him like, yo, you know how he talk. He'd be like, you can't say that type of stuff. You know, because the way it's gonna come off. He be saying some crazy ass shit sometimes, and I'm like, yo, like he told like Clarissa Shields that you know, a woman's place is in the kitchen, not in the ring. Then the whole monkey thing he did with Adonis Stevenson. What up, Nerds Lives Matter? I guess. What's up, bro? Yeah, I know Russia is racist. I know Russia is racist, but you know, in like a boxer can't be racist because you think about it, you got to work with so many different people throughout your career of color, you know, throughout your career. So you can't be like you can't be a racist boxer. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. You got to work with these people, you know. You can't, you know, it doesn't make sense. But he do need to watch his mouth. Do be saying some crazy shit. And they be like, yo, dog, come on, for real. No, I haven't been to Russia, but I as a bartender and all the places I've bartended, or you know, like meeting different people, you know, you learn a lot of shit. You know, you learn a lot of shit. You know a lot. You learn a lot of stuff. You learn a lot of stuff. So I kind of do need to go check the mail, but it's going to take me a while to get downstairs. So I'm going to chill here, hang out with you guys for a minute, and so I guess, did we cover everything with Kovalev versus Ward? Are we missing anything? We talked about how Kovalev is making $2 million, Ward $5 million. We talked about how for Andre Ward to win and why he should win is because he's the more savvy, or as some people say, dirty fighter. And you could be like the thing about Andre Ward is he knows how to be, as you guys say, dirty and not get a point deducted. You know, he knows how to do all that. And I wonder if whoever the referee is, we need to look at who's the referee going to be. Let me see if I can find it. we need to, I wonder if Kovalev's team or are they going to tell, you know, talk to the referee and say, listen, watch out for Andre Ward shit. You know, he be on some shit. You know, he's sharp with it. You know, Andre Ward is sharp with it. Andre Ward sharp with that with that ring, that savvy. The main event is going to be on like 11 p.m. Eastern time. So for those over in the UK, y'all might as well just go on. Y'all might as well just go to sleep and just wake up in the morning and watch that shit. Just wake up extra early and watch it. I guess it's a time to where I can just talk about some stuff that's going on in the future. Okay, I'm reading the chat again. Thoughts on the undercard? Let's pull the undercard up. Let's pull the undercard up. I don't even know what I was doing to pull it up. Oh. I'll do it on here. The undercard, I'm going to give the undercard's name. Okay, the undercard is good because you got to watch out for Maurice Hooker and the Curtis Stevens fight and the Clarissa Shields fight. So that's 3 fights that if you're a hardcore, like you want to check those fights out. You want to check those fights out. So I'm giving the undercard a C+. I'm excited, for the card, but then again, y'all know how I am. I be getting excited for fucking bullshit fights too. So I'm also interested to see Grazdik against Chilimba. Because Chilimba is a very seasoned, fighter. And also in his last fight, we saw how good he did against Kovalev, even though he lost. Curtis Stevens is fighting James De La Rosa. James De La Rosa fought Ty Brunson. And Ty Brunson made some controversial allegations that they felt that James De La Rosa was on some shit. What else? The Clarissa Shields fight. She's fighting this chick called Fashawn Cruz. If you go watch the weigh-in, if you see how the chick went on the scale, you would have almost thought that she was trying to send a message to Donald Trump, because the first thing she did, she got on the scales. So she took her pants off, then to get on the scale, she grabbed her pussy and just went to the scales and just stood there with her hands over her cooch. I don't know, what was that about? The website is launching at the very end of this month. It's launching at the very end of this month, probably like the last day. Probably like the last day of the month. I've been sick over the last 5 weeks. I've been really sick. This is the best I've felt in a long time. So imagine, right? It may not seem like a lot, but it's a lot when you're missing like 30%. Okay, it was 20. I was breathing at like 81% capacity or some shit, like for a month. The air wasn't flowing through my body properly, so which means heart rate accelerated. You're tired all the time. I was really behind on work. And that's why people were pissed off at me, because I was getting videos out late, interviews. There's interviews now that if I don't get out today or before the fight comes on, they're not going to mean anything, because I got a lot of people's interviews on and moves on not moves. What did I say? Predictions on Kovalev versus Ward. I already missed the people predictions on Garcia versus Vargas. So it's like, it's kind of messed up. But yeah, to a lot of people, the undercard is not that good. But if you think about it, when you look at the people, the fighters that main events have, they don't have they have growing names. They don't have like household names. Rock Nation don't have household names. So they put together the best undercard they can put together. In my opinion, that's it. I'm looking at it like, okay, all right, that's a good undercard for them. They have a lot of like undefeated prospects. Probably didn't shave, probably, or maybe she had like, how like some boxers or mixed martial arts women, they be having those big ass clitorises. That's probably what it was. But the first thing, go look at the Clarissa Shields weigh-in. She got on and she put her hand, and I was looking, like she was looking down, like I was like, what is she doing? And that made me think like, oh, you're hiding something, yo. You're hiding something. I want to see. Yeah, I mean, Cotto's with Rock Nation, but they wouldn't put Cotto on this card. They wouldn't put Cotto on this card. I never said nobody's on the juice. What are you saying, Triple H? I never said nobody's on the juice. Are you saying she's on the juice, T? I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I've ran into a few big clitorises in my life. I'm like, oh, what the fuck is that? Hey, what is that? Like, will you be scared to death when you go to finger a chick and she got like, you're like, whoa, wait a minute. You got one of them husky ones, huh? Wait a minute. Come on, that's real nigga shit. Come on. I didn't mean to say the N-word. And I'm sorry if we got a little off color. Let's keep it boxing. Let's keep it boxing. Did I put my water? Yeah, I put my water. Let me let people know that we're still live. And in the meantime, let me put on a press conference in the background. Put on a press conference in the background. I don't want to put it on the phone. Yeah, I'll put it on here. Kovalev versus Ward. Let's put on the press conference. Final press conference. There we are.
Of perspective. I did some research to gain a little perspective. You know, Floyd Mayweather fought on HBO 9 times, just like Sergey.
You know, I can't wait to meet James Prince, yo. You know what? When I first, when I went to the Klitschko Jennings press conference, he was there, and I was like, "That's motherfucking James Prince." I ain't gonna lie, I froze up. I ain't get the interview. I froze up. I froze up. I froze up. I was like, "That's motherfucking James Prince." I froze up. First, I would have paid homage. You know, I would have been off cam, like, yo, you know, I'm proud to meet you. You know, I heard, you know, since I was a kid, you know. He's one of them dudes you just got to pay homage. You got to. Like, when I was like, what? That's fucking James Prince. It's motherfucking James Prince. I was hyped. Okay, let me get back to the street. No, I don't drink coffee. But I did. People have told me that coffee naturally helps with asthma and caffeine in general. So what I'm likely going to do is I'm going to get back on my tea. You know, get back to the tea. You don't know who James Prince is? You need to get your shit together, bro. You don't know who James Prince is? You need to get your shit together. No, let's listen to the Kovalev Ward press conference. And then we are going to finish up with the Kovalev Ward stuff. We're going to be here for another 40 minutes. No more than 40 minutes. Oh yeah, I know, Jose. I'm not no, I'm not mad, but it's just that I can't, you know, I never got into coffee. I never got into it. And plus, I don't know how people like it makes me shit. It sends me right to the shitter. I could never get into coffee, man. Could never get into it. And plus, I like my teeth, you know? I have some nice pearly whites.
Daddy was.
Okay. So give me a couple of minutes. I will be right back.
The MGM grant, Mr. Stern. We appreciate Rock Nation. You know,
is the audio clear? Let me know before I leave.
Jay-Z, Dez, all of those that's in the background supporting Mike. And definitely like to thank Mike. He's been on the line of duty doing a great job. Antonio Leonard is in the house. We appreciate you, Tony, and all that you do. And, you know, the list goes on and on. I feel really grateful for this opportunity. And I speak on behalf of Team Ward. We've been looking forward to this day. It's here, and I'm gonna deal with the elephant in the room. This is Russia versus the United States of America is what we're dealing with. Russia versus the United States of America. And in my opinion, the best of Russia can't beat the best of the United States of America and nothing.
All right, guys, I'll be right back in about 10
I
minutes.
just need that to be said.
Look at this like intermission.
Yeah, it is what it is. The best of Russia can't beat the United States of America and nothing. And that's what's happening. You know, we have a Russian fighter over here, Kovalev. Hey, we respect your fight game. You're a great fighter. And you remind me of Go Live. We have my man Andre Ward over here, whom I consider David. I don't know if y'all understand that story, Go Live and David, but that's what we're dealing with right here. And come Saturday night, we're gonna have an opportunity to see the modern day David, which is Andre Ward, defeat Go Live. Now, I mentioned this in the last press conference in New York, and Ms. Duver, she said to me when she got up to the podium that Andre Ward don't have a sword. That's correct. Or a slingshot, either one of them, or a stone. But she missed the real substance of the story where David and Goliath is concerned. She missed the anointing that is on David, you know, his obedience, you know what I mean? All of these different spiritual realms where David was concerned. And he's finna fight the SOG. You know what I mean? That's the son of God, if y'all didn't know. That's Andre Ward. So, no, we don't have a sword. So we can't cut his head off and raise it up as David did, like Andre Ward gonna raise the belts up come Saturday night. But we plan on beating the head up so bad until you're gonna need all type of instruments to fix it. Thank you.
I told you to be good. Well, let's stick with Team Ward right now, and I'd like to bring up, you know, both of these fighters. They both have really, really outstanding trainers. So let me bring up the trainer for Andre Ward, Mr. Virgil Hunter.
Great to be here. Glad to be participating in an event like this, as I said yesterday and been saying. And glad to see everybody here. I've been here for many of fights and see the media room filled for this event. It really makes me feel good. I'd like to thank Peter Nelson and HBO and their staff, my Rap-A-Lot family. I'd like to thank Mr. Sturm for all he's done, provided. And I also like to thank the press, no matter who you choose to win, or who you choose to push forward. That's your prerogative, and you most certainly deserve it. I didn't really want to come up too much today. You know, I turned 63 last Wednesday, and it's no secret now that, you know, I've worked with youth most of my professional career. I was just reflecting last night on, I can remember some young men, 13 that I knew, and buried them at 15. And, you know, I've seen it all. So it does have an emotional effect on me when it comes to young men. And, you know, I realize that even the age of Sergey and Andre, they're young men to me. And watching that my fight and what Sergey had to endure, it really touched me. And I'm not up here just saying this just to be saying it. It really touched me deeply. And, you know, my heart went out to it. And of course, everybody now knows Andre's background. It's been 8 weeks and a lot of things have come out, and we've chose to keep quiet for the various reasons that we need to keep quiet, because things fly around pretty quick. And until you can get everybody in the room, it's always a mystery to what actually is really going on. I had the great pleasure yesterday of doing a ring debate with Coach Jackson. And even though he has sniped me and questioned, my credentials, which he's entitled to, I walked away from that debate with respect for him. I never had disrespect for him, but I had more respect for him. So I was sort of alluding to yesterday that I was troubled by some things that I had observed in the camp, whether Sergey listens to Coach Jackson or not, when it comes to doing things his way. So imagine getting up this morning and realizing within myself that we heard about the troubles in Russia and how Sergey was overwhelmed with family and friends and things, and selling the tickets and things like that, and it didn't allow him to put on the performance that was expected of him. Although we do have to give Isaac Shalimba a lot of credit with the attitude to come to win. We do have to give him his portion of the credit. I think what disturbs me most is that Coach Jackson didn't get there till a week before the fight. Now, Ms. Duval, with all respect, in New York, introduced Coach Jackson as the best trainer in boxing. And I'm trying to figure out in my mind, why would you leave the best trainer in boxing behind until a week before the fight? So maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know, but that seems to be the case. And it's not airing out trash, it's leaving questions to be asked. I can't answer it. And if I am wrong, then I'll even feel better about it. As I said yesterday, the respect that I gained from Coach Jackson yesterday, and being in the coaching fraternity is a very difficult fraternity. And so I tend to align myself with every coach because it's so tough. So that's the case. Also, and this is real, it's not easy to get out because, again, looking at how Sergey lost his dad, man, early. All these things affect you when you're young. I never came up around my real father, and I often wondered, what would I have been? Maybe if he'd have been there. I'm thankful for how things turned out. I had a great stepdad, and he was really the only dad that I knew. And this is a 50-50 fight. But the pay doesn't reflect that. How does the challenger get a boatload of money, but the champion don't?
All right.
I don't understand that. I think those are some questions that need to be asked. And everybody here is saying, well, you're doing it. No, it's not like that. I'm really torn by it because, again, until you've been in my shoes and have worked.
All right. Give me a couple of minutes. Give me a couple of minutes. And I'm going to rewind this back because this is. Give me a couple of minutes. All right. I'm going to rewind this back because this part is important. So I'll be right back. I can see the chat.
We do have to give Isaac Shalimba a lot of credit with the attitude to come to win. We do have to give him his portion of the credit. I think what disturbs me most is that Coach Jackson didn't get there till a week before the fight. Now, Ms. Duval, with all respect, in New York, introduced Coach Jackson as the best trainer in boxing. And I'm trying to figure out in my mind, why would you leave the best trainer of boxing behind until a week before the fight? So maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know, but that seems to be the case. And it's not airing out trash, it's leaving questions to be asked. I can't answer it. And if I am wrong, then I'll even feel better about it. As I said yesterday, the respect that I gained from Coach Jackson yesterday, and being in the coaching fraternity is a very difficult fraternity. And so I tend to align myself with every coach because it's so tough. So that's the case. Also, and you know, this is real, it's not easy to get out because again, looking at how Sergey lost his dad, man, early. All these things affect you when you're young. You know, I never came up around my real father, and I often wondered, you know, what would I have been? Maybe if he'd have been there. I'm thankful for how things turned out. I had a great stepdad, and he was really the only dad that I knew. And this is a 50-50 fight, but the pay doesn't reflect that. How does the challenger get a boatload of money, but the champion don't? I don't understand that. I think those are some questions that need to be asked. And everybody here is saying, well, you're doing it. No, it's not like that. I'm really torn by it because, again, until you've been in my shoes and have worked with young men and seen the sufferings of things, you never know. But I don't understand it. Maybe he was fine with it, or maybe it's not true, and that would be the best news I can get. But again, I might just be blowing smoke and rattling, and when I'm saying rattling up here, because it is something that really bothered me, and call me weird or whatever you want to call me, or later on if you have to remark on what I've said today, you're entitled to remark the way you want to remark. But if everybody's fine with it, then I'm fine with it. But it did bother me. Getting to the fight, I believe it's going to.
Yeah, yo, I think Virgil Hunter got asthma too. But the point is, did you listen to that real shit he said when he was talking about like when he was talking about like how is the challenger his fighter he's talking about? How is Andre Ward getting more money than the champion Kovalev? So we're going to go back over that part again for the people who weren't here at the beginning of the video. We're going to talk about the money thing one more time. So give me a couple of more minutes. I can see the chat. Yes, I remember what you said, Jason Elliott. And tomorrow when I go see my daughter, I'm going down to this place called the Reading Terminal. And what it is it's like this, you know, you get to find everything, you know, food-wise there. So I'm gonna get some really good high-quality tea. And after tomorrow, I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to go anywhere after tomorrow. You know, I gotta go see my daughter. And then as you guys know, I work from home. So I'm going to just chill, you know, work on the website, you know, finally play some 2K. I haven't been playing no video games, you know, and just fucking, you know, fall back. You know, so just hang in there. We're going to talk about all of it. In fact, we're going to go for another hour. We're going to go for another hour because we still got to talk about boxing news. So what it is I can't move too much. I can't move too much. But as long as I'm sitting still, I'm fine. But going downstairs is, you know, it causes me problems. So I'm not going to be back to 100% until probably like maybe Wednesday or so. So just hang in there. I'm going to rewind it back because this is important. I know Virgil Hunter, he sounds like he got asthma too, you know, and he will motherfucking put you to sleep, but you got to listen to the real shit that he was talking about. You got to listen to the real shit because he's wondering like, wait a minute, Andre Ward is my fighter, but how is my fighter making more than a champion? What's up with that? So hang in there.
I think what disturbs me most is that Coach Jackson didn't get there till a week before the fight. Now, Ms. Duval, with all respect, in New York, introduced Coach Jackson as the best trainer in boxing. And I'm trying to figure out in my mind, why would you leave the best trainer in boxing behind until a week before the fight? So maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know, but that seems to be the case. And it's not airing out trash, it's leaving questions to be asked. I can't answer it. And if I am wrong, then I'll even feel better about it. As I said yesterday, the respect that I gained from Coach Jackson yesterday, and being in the coaching fraternity is a very difficult fraternity. And so I tend to align myself with every coach because it's so tough. So that's the case. Also, and you know, this is real, it's not easy to get out because again, looking at how Sergey lost his dad, man, early. All these things affect you when you're young. You know, I never came up around my real father, and I often wondered, you know, what would I have been? Maybe if he'd have been there. I'm thankful for how things turned out. I had a great stepdad, and he was really the only dad that I knew. And this is a 50-50 fight, but the pay doesn't reflect that. How does the challenger get a boatload of money, but the champion don't? I don't understand that. I think those are some questions that need to be asked. And everybody here is saying, well, you're doing it. No, it's not like that. I'm really torn by it because, again, until you've been in my shoes and have worked with young men and seen the sufferings of things, you never know. But I don't understand it. Maybe he was fine with it, or maybe it's not true, and that would be the best news I can get. But again, I might just be blowing smoke and rattling, and when I'm saying rattling up here, because it is something that really bothered me. And call me weird or whatever you want to call me, or later on if you have to remark on what I've said today, you're entitled to remark the way you want to remark. But if everybody's fine with it, then I'm fine with it. But it did bother me. Getting to the fight, I believe it's going to be a great fight. And I believe that Sergey is everything that they say he is. He's a dangerous opponent. He's coming intending to win. We've seen him do things to opponents that when they step in the ring, they shiver. And I think that he carries that persona with him justifiably. So really it's up to us to, dilute that situation. So I'm looking forward to November 19th. And I'd like to see all these, Sergey's 33 now, Andre's 32. This is an age in boxing where you're looking for your exit strategy. So when you make a remark that there was a time when fighters were courageous and not cynical businessmen, I think that takes us back to the 40s or the 50s. You fight, I'll do your business. And then when you finish fighting, you look up and you don't have no money. But in the meantime, my grandkids going to college.
He preaching. On
your blood, sweat, and tears. And in the meantime, you can take a bow at the next fight 10 years from now. And everybody tell you how great you were and how they enjoyed your fighting, but you don't have no money. So I encourage all fighters to be cynical businessmen. Don't be a robot. And it's easy from the foreign countries to get that type of fighter and pay them what you want to pay them. And they should be happy with it. And if that's the case, so
Yo, do y'all hear this shit? Yeah, do y'all hear this shit? Do you hear all like the subliminals he throwing? We was just talking about this earlier in the video, and we have to revisit it. On how I was talking about, I'm not talking about Kovalev, I'm not saying that's the case, but some of these fighters be dumb as rocks. And how they just allow, like, you have to ask yourself, where does the money go? For example, I did some crude math earlier, and they're saying that the pay-per-view, meaning main events, is saying that if the pay-per-view does 300K buys, then that would be considered a success. Imagine if everybody brought it in high definition at $64.99. That's going to be about 19,500,000. Let's say if everybody doesn't buy in high definition, let's just say they make about 18 million from pay-per-view buys, right? HBO takes under 8% of that. Factor in ticket sales, which will be anywhere between 5 to 12 million. That's kind of pushing it. I would say more like 6, 7, maybe 8 million in ticket sales, maybe. Factor in the money they're going to get from Sky Sports, from Sky, no, just Sky Cable over in the UK for the broadcasting rights. We don't know how much that is. Imagine how much of this supposed alleged overseas Russian back-end money that Kovalev is supposed to get. How is he only making $2 million? Questions have to be asked, you know? Let's finish listening to Virgil Hunter. And then I think John David Jackson is next. And then we're going to continue. Yeah, I know Leslie. I know Leslie Scott says 8 million in tickets. What the fuck? No way. I understand. I say, you know, that's why I said anywhere between 5 to 12 million, you know, because of inflation. And I haven't checked the prices of the tickets. So that's why I threw that large ballpark. So I would say maybe, you know, about 6 million, you know. But we're going to talk about all that. So let's finish listening to Virgil. Like I said, even though y'all may think that he's born and everything, he just spit some real ass shit right there. And remember, he's talking about how is my fighter he's making money from Andre Ward, and Andre Ward's making good money. So he's taking up for Kovalev. It's like, yo, bro, you're supposed to be making good money too. But we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how Rock Nation plays into this. We're going to talk about it. So just hang in there.
Here, because it is something that really bothered me. And call me weird or whatever you want to call me, or later on, if you have to remark on what I've said today, you're entitled to remark the way you want to remark. But if everybody's fine with it, then I'm fine with it. But it did bother me. Getting to the fight, I believe it's going to be a great fight. And I believe that Sergey is everything that they say he is. He's a dangerous opponent. He's coming intending to win. We've seen him do things to opponents that when they step in the ring, they shiver. And I think that he carries that persona with him justifiably. So really it's up to us to, dilute that situation. So I'm looking forward to November 19th. And I'd like to see all these, Sergey's 33 now, Andre's 32. This is an age in boxing where you're looking for your exit strategy. So when you make a remark that there was a time when fighters were courageous and not cynical businessmen, I think that takes us back to the 40s or the 50s. You fight, I'll do your business. And then when you finish fighting, you look up and you don't have no money. But in the meantime, my grandkids going to college on your blood, sweat, and tears. And in the meantime, you can take a bow at the next fight 10 years from now. And everybody tell you how great you were and how they enjoyed your fighting, but you don't have no money. So I encourage all fighters to be cynical businessmen. Don't be a robot. And it's easy from the foreign countries to get that type of fighter and pay them what you want to pay them. And they should be happy with it. And if that's the case, so be it. But I just encourage them all to be businessmen, and you have a right to be a businessman. In other sports, athletes are businessmen. You're no longer robots. It just saddens me because I came through the civil rights era. I came through all during that time. I'm a very avid historical reader of all the major events that took place in Russia, from Nikita Khrushchev to Stalin to Brezhnev to Putin. I remember the Bay of Pigs very well. My father was on the USS Ranger, the aircraft carrier, and I can remember my mother telling us, you know, it could possibly be a war, you know, a nuclear war. And here you are, 9 years old, 10 years old, and you're hearing that. That's a spooky, spooky thing. So I became very entrenched in Soviet history as a result of that. And I love the Spetsnaz, you know, some of the toughest cats you ever see in your life. And the story of how they developed in war, you know, in World War II with Hitler, how they had to go and disarm that big gun that he brought within firing range of the Soviet territory. So it's a lot of historical things that accompany that. And I'm sorry if I got off track a little bit from the fight. Sometimes when I get emotional about certain things, you know, I can go here and go there. But I would encourage all promoters, you know, treat your fighters fairly. Don't hoodwink them, and don't keep them robots, and don't keep them, encourage them and teach them how to be businessmen. And, you know, if you have a champion, he deserves a champion's ration. Again, hopefully I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. Well, let's bring up
That was as real as it got.
a gentleman who hasn't heard this word in quite a while in his career. The word is challenger, because the titles are on the line and he's challenging for them. But as we all know, this fight really is about, well, somebody's always got to go. 2 undefeated fighters. This is about who moves up into that position of pound for pound, the best in the world. And that's probably what you're going to get at the end of this fight.
We're going to listen to a little bit more, but yo, I thought Virgil Hunter was going to cry, but he has a point. He has a point. And especially when he said how for someone in the know, for someone with enough money, they can go find some fighter from overseas that's very good, that's come from an unfortunate upbringing, an unfortunate situation, and they can bring that guy over here and say, hey, listen, you know, we're going to give you this amount of money, and not telling that you should just be happy with it, but they'll say, my God, you know, we're going to make you this and that and this and that. We got you the HBO deal, yada, yada, yada. And then the fighter, you'd be surprised. Have you ever seen the Klitschko documentary, where how they talked about their first time coming to the United States and how they were looking around like, what the fuck, man? What the motherfucking? And how he was talking about how Vitaly Klitschko said, like, yo, when he first got a Coca-Cola, he was in a restaurant, right? So imagine you American, we're in a restaurant, and you know, you order your food, you know, the waitress or waiter come up to you and say, hey, you know, my name is Steve. Can I start you off, guys, with something to drink? And you say, yeah, can we get 2 Cokes and 2 waters with lemons? But Klitschko, when he came over here, it was like, you know, he got his first Coca-Cola. He was looking like, what the fuck is what? They got Coca-Cola. This shit just. And he said he drank all these Coca-Colas. Like, I remember I went to a hotel party it wasn't a hotel party, about a little over a month ago. And it was this Russian dude that was one of these chicks. So he asked everybody, he not from here. So you know how you go to a hotel and they have like the complimentary breakfast or whatever that shit is? And the dude was like, are you going to the complimentary breakfast? And everybody looked at him like, no, we're not gonna be able to make it. And he was like, but they have eggs. He said it like, he's like, but they have eggs. And he said it like everybody was looking like, yeah, they're gonna have eggs. Like he never seen eggs before. So imagine Kovalev's first time in the United States, right? He probably looking around like, what the fuck, man? And they probably telling him, hyping them all up, like, yeah, you know, and we're gonna get you this and that and this and that. So to him, that $2 million is probably really cool. He probably cool with that. He's like, oh shit, 2 mil? We eating. We're going to talk in more detail. I'll be right back. This is TstreeT Controversy. This is TstreeT Controversy Live with FightView360.com. Please subscribe. All the links to my social media are right down below in the description box. We are also, when I come back, we're going to do a little bit of Google searching for the purses of Sergey Kovalev. And we're going to try to get down to the nitty gritty of what this guy is making. And we're going to talk about the promotional aspect of things and really talk about why Andre Ward is getting that 10 million because I meant that 5 million, because I've heard people say, or I've read people say in the chat that, well, that's Rock Nation money. That may be true, but how does that factor in the pay-per-view buys? You see what I'm saying? So you can say, you know, think about it. You can say, well, that's Rock Nation paying the purses. Whatever you want to say, we're going to talk about it. But how does that factor in to the pay-per-view buys? You see what I'm saying? So, also, you have to factor in what advances Sergey Kovalev has gotten from his promotional company, because promoters are known to do that. We don't know how much money he may owe his promotional company. This is stuff that we don't know, but we can educate ourselves so that going forward, we're just not making up shit. And, you know, we're not allowing, you know, people to tell us, oh, well, this is this, or that is that, and that's that. Because you have a lot of that going on in what is called the Giovanni Tenezeka says promoters are known to do what? Promoters are known to give advances to their fighters. You know, so they'll sign a fighter, right? And they'll say, okay, well, listen, for example, allegedly Al Heyman practices are, once he signs a fighter up, the first thing he does is he gets you a house or an apartment, you know, he gets you a car, you know, and he throw you some bread. But he's not giving that money to you. He's not giving that money to you. That money's got to come back. So if you cool enough with him, and if you one of his favorite guys and you low on cash, he'll float you $1 million. He'll be like, oh, here, don't worry, take that. But that means, you know, you're going to owe some bread. We don't know what Kovalev's situation is. And also what Virgil Hunter alluded to was foreign fighters. It's for foreign fighters, it's easy to sell them a lifestyle. You see what I'm saying? It's easy to sell them a lifestyle. So yes, just like P.D. Murphy said, a lot of fighters, they start off in debt. You know, because they'll throw you all this money. Most recently, you heard what Floyd Mayweather did for Gervonta Davis. You know, they'll throw you this money because if they have the money to spend, they're like, oh yeah, you're a good fighter. Oh yeah, okay, here, take this bread. Take it. Take it. Yes, as much as you want. Now it's risky because what if that fighter ends up getting hurt, God forbid? What if that fighter, you know, gets arrested or does something, you know, you may not get your money back. You may not get the return on your investment. But at the same time, you'll notice that the fighters, or a lot of fighters, they have to keep fighting. Chris Ariola said it recently that, you know, I got to keep fighting because I owe Al Heyman so much money. So I'm not retiring. I ain't going nowhere, you know? I ain't going nowhere. But, okay, so yeah, we've been here for 2 hours now. We've been here for 2 hours. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go for another hour. I think we could do 3 hours. That seems like a reasonable, like fight day, you know, stream, right? Not 4 hours. Not 4 hours. 2 million. He's gonna have to pay what, 35 or 40% taxes on that. If I'm correct, in Vegas, it's 35 or 40% that you got to pay, you know, off that money. You know, so, and then he's got to pay his team, you know. He can't show the damn way, you know, the press conference. Yeah, I can't. It's not my material. I can't show I can't show it, you know. So I can play the audio in the background. Actually, I can show the weigh-in from Instagram, but I can't show the press conference. But what I will do is we'll likely watch the well, actually, you know, we got to listen to this first, and then we're just going to finish talking boxing because the break is over. You know, so I'm just eating some popcorn in the background, and I'm actually doing something on the other computer. So I will be right back.
So let's bring up the official challenger. Undefeated since he was 13 years old, captured Olympic gold. His record now 30 victories, 15 wins by knockout. Two-time world champion, Andre Ward.
I want to thank everybody that's here today, the media, all my sponsors, obviously, MGM Grand and the great team that put this fight together, HBO. Man, I was off to the side trying to mind my own business, and Kathy Duva woke me up. You know, she started talking. I don't know why she keeps doing that, but it's interesting that the ones that are not getting in that ring are the ones that are doing the most talking. They're not feeling those punches. And so she can keep doing what she's doing. You know, I love it. You know, that's what a big promotion is all about. This is what a big fight is all about. We're not supposed to like each other. You know, his side has been doing a lot of talking, and that's fine. We love it. It's okay. It's not our first rodeo. We've been down this road before. We don't always respond right away because, and sometimes our silence is misinterpreted as we don't understand or we don't get it. No, we get it. We watch. We take notes. But in the meantime, we keep working, and then we produce come fight night. That's what we specialize in. So all the talking is great. I love it. But know one thing, I'm not taking no mess come Saturday night. I'm going to be there. Thank you very much.
I told you, honesty is the best policy. You've heard a lot of honesty today. But clearly Saturday is going to be an epic night. Ward versus Kovalev is without a doubt going to be the fight of the year in boxing. We all know that. Rock Nation is proud to be part of it. It's in our DNA to promote big global events, and we are honored that after working on this fight for the better part of the last year, we have finally arrived at the moment of truth. There are a lot of organizations and people that have helped this event, and I'd like to thank all of them. First and foremost, Team Ward, including James Prince, Josh Dubin, who I probably have been on the phone with no less than 10 times a day for the last 100 days. Josh, we appreciate your support. And of course, Virgil Hunter. Peter Nelson and Tony Walker from HBO for bringing this fight to a global audience. Richard Sturm and Sid Greenfeig of MGM, as well as T-Mobile Arena GM Dan Quinn for hosting this event at a world-class facility. Kathy Duva and her team at Main Events who have been our partners on this fight.
Oh, wait. We gotta listen to what Kathy Duva said before we start, because I want to know why Andre Ward was so mad. I watched this in the hospital, but I wasn't able to watch the whole thing. So we gotta see why you're so mad.
Be our televised fight.
I mean, and as you guys know, for the people who are kind of pissed off, they are wondering, like, why can't we just talk boxing? Why are we listening to this? Because we're going over everything Kovalev versus Ward. Doesn't that make sense? We're going over everything. So therefore, we might as well go over this press conference was controversial. And a lot of people got turned off because Virgil Hunter, he talked funny, but some real knowledge was dropped at this press conference. So that's why we're listening to it, because that's what we're going to talk about after Kathy Duva. Yeah, listen, Kathy Duva. I mean, I can say this. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble. But Kathy Duva, Anyway, I'll be right back.
We wanted to find a fight that was just as unpredictable as the main event in its outcome, with relevant fighters, relevant to this weight class, because it seems to me that a lot of activity, a lot of action is going to be in this division for both the winner and the loser, because in this type of fight, everybody wins. So don't worry, Andre. I had to do it. I'm sorry. I couldn't. The devil made me do it. But anyway, getting back to, we think that the gentlemen that are going to be fighting in our co-featured fight, NABF light heavyweight champion Alexander the Nail Kovalev, who's undefeated and making a lot of noise in the light heavyweight division. He's from Ukraine. He's going to be fighting Isaac Golden Boy Chilemba, who was originally from Malawi and fighting out of Johannesburg, excuse me, South Africa. They're going to take part in a 10-round light heavyweight fight, a true crossroads fight where I honestly have no idea who's going to win. Obviously, main events is with Isaac, who put up a tremendous fight with Sergey and a few months ago, and I think just simply never gets the credit he deserves. He is I think, quite possibly the second best light heavyweight in the world. And I know Isaac has designs on coming back. I'm sorry. I couldn't. The devil made me do it. This is unpredictable as the main event in its outcome, with relevant fighters, relevant to this weight class, because it seems to me that a lot of activity, a lot of action is going to be in this division for both the winner and the loser, because in this type of fight, everybody wins. So don't worry, Andre. I had to do it. I'm sorry. I couldn't. The devil made me do it. But anyway, getting back to, we think that the gentlemen that are going to be fighting in our co-featured fight, NABF light heavyweight champion Alexander the Nail Kovalev, who's undefeated and making a lot of noise in the light heavyweight division. He's from Ukraine. He's going to be fighting Isaac Golden Boy Chilemba, who was originally from Malawi and fighting out of Johannesburg, excuse me, South Africa. They're going to take part in a 10-round light heavyweight fight, a true crossroads fight where I honestly have no idea who's going to win. Obviously, main events is with Isaac, who put up a tremendous fight with Sergey and a few months ago, and I think just simply never gets the credit he deserves. He is I think, quite possibly the second best light heavyweight in the world. And I know Isaac has designs on coming back strong and impressing everyone Saturday night. Also opening the broadcast, the televised undercard, I should say, WBA Continental America's middleweight champion Curtis the cerebral assassin Stevens of Brownsville, Brooklyn, one of the most fun fighters in the whole business. Curtis, you brighten up our day every day. He's going to be facing James the King De La Rosa, 23-4, of San Benito, Texas, in a 10-round middleweight bout. This has all the earmarks of a train wreck, but Curtis is on his way. He has his sights set on much bigger and better things, and I know he and James are going to be working very hard to impress because the middleweight division is hot and there's a lot of opportunity there. So that is Main Event's contribution to the televised card. Thank you for your attention.
One minute, guys. Final time. Final time. Final time.
Just saying this, just to be saying it, it really touched me deeply. And, you know, my heart went out to it. And of course, everybody now knows Andre's background. It's been 8 weeks and a lot of things have come out and we've chose to keep quiet for the various reasons that we need to keep quiet, because things fly around pretty quick. And until you can get everybody in the room, it's always a mystery to what actually is really going on. I had the great pleasure yesterday of doing a ring debate with Coach Jackson. And even though he has sniped me and questioned, you know, my credentials, which he's entitled to, I walked away from that debate with respect for him. I never had disrespect for him, but I had more respect for him. So I was sort of alluding to yesterday that, you know, I was troubled by a few things, some things that I had observed in the camp, whether Sergey listens to Coach Jackson or not, when it comes to, you know, doing things his way. So imagine getting up this morning and realizing within myself that we heard about, you know, the troubles in Russia and how Sergey was, you know, overwhelmed with family and friends and things and selling the tickets and things like that. And it didn't allow him to put on the performance that was expected of him. Although we do have to give Isaac Shalimba a lot of credit with the attitude to come to win. We do have to give him a portion of the credit. I think what disturbs me most is that Coach Jackson didn't get there till a week before the fight. Now, Ms. Duval, with all respect, in New York, introduced Coach Jackson as the best trainer in boxing. And I'm trying to figure out in my mind, why would you leave the best trainer in boxing behind until a week before the fight? So maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know, but that seems to be the case. And it's not airing out trash, it's leaving questions to be asked. I can't answer it. And if I am wrong, then I'll even feel better about it. As I said yesterday, the respect that I gained from Coach Jackson yesterday, and being in the coaching fraternity is a very difficult fraternity. And so I tend to align myself with every coach because it's so tough. So that's the case. Also, and you know, this is real, it's not easy to get out because again, looking at how Sergey lost his dad early, all these things affect you when you're young. You know, I never came up around my real father, and I often wondered, you know, what would I have been? Maybe if he'd have been there. I'm thankful for how things turned out. I had a great stepdad, and he was really the only dad that I knew. and this is a 50-50 fight. But the pay doesn't reflect that. How does the challenger get a boatload of money, but the champion don't? I don't understand that. I think those are some questions that need to be asked. And everybody here is saying, well, you're doing it. No, it's not like that. I'm really torn by it because, again, until you've been in my shoes and have worked with young men and seen the sufferings of things, you never know. But I don't understand it. Maybe he was fine with it, or maybe it's not true, and that would be the best news I can get. But again, I might just be blowing smoke and rattling, and when I'm saying rattling up here, because it is something that really bothered me. And call me weird or whatever you want to call me, or later on if you have to remark on what I've said today, you're entitled to remark the way you want to remark. But if everybody's fine with it, then I'm fine with it. But it did bother me. Getting to the fight, I believe, and I believe that Sergey is everything that they say he is. He's a dangerous opponent. He's coming intending to win. We've seen him do things to opponents that when they step in the ring, they shiver. And carries that persona with him justifiably. So really it's up to us to, dilute that situation. So I'm looking forward to November 19th. And I'd like to see all these, Sergey's 33 now, Andre's 32. This is an age in boxing where you're looking for your exit strategy. So when you make a remark that there was a time when fighters were courageous and not cynical businessmen, I think that takes us back to the 40s or the 50s. You fight, I'll do your business. And then when you finish fighting, you look up and you don't have no money. But in the meantime, my grandkids going to college on your blood, sweat, and tears. And in the meantime, you can take a bow at the next fight 10 years from now. And everybody tell you how great you were. But you don't have no money. So I encourage all fighters to be cynical businessmen. And it's easy from the foreign countries to get that type of fighter and pay them what you want to pay them. And they should be happy with it. And if that's the case, so be it. But I just encourage them all to be businessmen and other sports. Athletes are businessmen. You're no longer robots. It just saddens me because I came through the civil rights era. I came through all during that time. I'm a very avid historical reader of all the major events that took place in Russia, from Nikita Khrushchev to Putin. I remember the Bay of Pigs very well. My father was on the USS Ranger, the aircraft carrier, and I can remember my mother telling us, it could possibly be a war, a nuclear war. And here you are, 9 years old, 10 years old, and thing. So
I don't know why it's clipping like
I
that.
became very entrenched in Soviet history as a result of that. And I love the Spetsnaz, some of the toughest cats you ever see in your life. And the story of how they developed in war, World War II with Hitler, how they had to go and disarm that big gun that he brought within firing range of the Soviet territory. So it's a lot of historical things that off track a little bit from the fight. Sometimes when I get emotional about certain things, I can go here and go there. But I would encourage all promoters treat your fighters fair. Robots, and don't keep them, encourage them and teach them how to be businessmen. And, if you have a champion, he deserves a champion's ration. Again, hopefully I'm wrong. Thank you.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Robots, and don't keep them, encourage them and teach them how to be businessmen. And, if you have a champion, he deserves a champion's ration. Again, hopefully I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. Well, let's bring up a gentleman who hasn't heard this.
That shit he said. Okay, so we're gonna go over it.
Really is about.
Wait, let's listen to Andre Ward. He's only going to be on the mic for about 3 minutes, I think. Let's listen to Mr. Andre Ward.
Record now 30 victories, 15 wins by knockout.
I don't know why it's clipping. Let me replay the video. I don't know why it's clipping. So basically, what we've been talking about for the last hour is the boxing politics, and why Kovalev is making $2 million, Andre Ward $5 million, when from my estimation in math, overall, this pay-per-view is going to make somewhere around, after everything, if it does 300,000 buys, right? At least 300,000 buys, and factor in ticket sales, factor in whatever overseas money, this pay-per-view is going to generate, this fight in general is going to generate somewhere around 25 to maybe $30 million. So Andre Ward getting 5 and Kovalev getting 2. Of course, you have to factor in the money HBO has to get, which is, from my understanding, about 8% or under 8%. You have to factor in how much it costs to produce a pay-per-view. You have to factor in, the overall purses for the card. For example, the next highest paid fighter on the card is going to likely be maybe Curtis Stevens. Maybe. So you say 30 million, I can't see that. Okay, Leslie Scott says 30 million, I can't see that. Okay, if the pay-per-view does, I did the math earlier, if the pay-per-view does 300,000 buys, let's assume that in the United States, we're just talking about American money. If it does 300,000 pay-per-view buys, let's assume that everybody buys in high definition. $64.99 times 300,000 is like 19,497,000. I didn't do it at the top of my head. I did the math earlier in the video. So right there, you have that 19,500. Now let's say everybody doesn't buy in HD, but there's a good chance that maybe 80% will buy in HD, right? So let's say 18 million, if it does 300,000 pay-per-view buys. Then factor in ticket sales, which can range anywhere between, in my opinion, between 5 and 10 million. I would probably say 6 million, right? So therefore, you got about 23 million right there. What money are they getting from sponsors for the event? What money are they getting from Sky and all the overseas networks they have to pay to broadcast this fight? So you can, this fight can generate about $30 million. Around that, give or take. I'm talking about once everything comes into play. So Virgil Hunter was talking about how, and it was really controversial because why does he care about what Kovalev makes? And you can tell Virgil Hunter is like a real dude. You can just tell, even though he be on some, I mean, he's different. I'm different. He eccentric, but at the same time, you can tell, that like Virgil be getting the chicks. You can tell, because imagine he be spitting that shit to them. They be falling in love with him. His daughter Keisha Cole. So, yeah, I'm streaming in 720p. I'm going to be streaming in 1020p before the year's end. But let me get back to the point. Fighters need to know, like the math behind everything. Now, understand that the promoters, of course, they have to make money. The managers, they have to make money. The networks, everybody has to make money. But in my personal opinion, I feel that at least 50 to 60% of the pay-per-view's revenue should go to the fighters on the card. And not to, but I'm still learning the business end of things. I'm still learning. So that may not be possible, but I'm still learning. When you have guys like Floyd Mayweather making, let me do a little bit of math really quickly, right? No, it's not that much, right? Equal. Floyd Mayweather, I did my math, Leslie Scott. Did you guys understand my math? Leslie Scott says, do your math. Because I don't understand where the 30 million comes from. First of all, are you American? Oh, you saying mate, so therefore you're not American. You're not American, but I think I did my math right. They're saying, I'll repeat it again. They're saying that they will consider this pay-per-view a success if it does 300,000 pay-per-view buys in the United States. In the United States, the fight costs $64.99. $64.99 times 300,000 is 19,500,000. This fight can do 300,000 plus. Leslie Scott, that's $19 million right there. Factor in the ticket sales, right? Anywhere between $5 to $10 million. I say 6. What do you have? You have about 23 million right there. Now remember, not everybody's going to buy the fight in HD. In non-HD, it's $54.99. So that's why I'm saying, okay, between ticket sales and pay-per-view buys, you have about 23, 24, 25 million right there. Then factor in order for networks outside of HBO to broadcast this fight, whether that's Sky or wherever you're watching it at all over the world, they have to pay HBO. Okay, let me respond to this guy because he's not going to get any more comments from me. He says, you're nuts thinking ticket sales are 8 million. Did I say that? I give a ballpark figure. You get no more responses from me because either you drunk or you just being a dickhead. So you get no more responses from me. Yeah, he drunk or he a dickhead. Lay off the schnapps. Lay off the fucking peppermint snaps, you fucking drunkard. So Virgil Hunter was saying that, and this has been known that you can go find some fighter in some low income struggling situation, and he's just so happened a really good fighter, and you can say, I'm going to give you the American dream, right? Make him this big superstar, and then control his career and pay him what you want, and constantly keep him under contract. And constantly keep him under a contract. So I told the story about Vitaly and Vladimir Klitschko when they first came to the United States. If you didn't see that documentary, you should. They were talking about how like they were just so, because they come from a military family. So they were talking about how like when they first came to the United States, that Vitaly Klitschko, he was just so super hype, like when he first had a Coca-Cola. And he said he probably drank like 12 glasses of Coca-Cola because he never seen Coca-Cola before. So he comes to Florida. I mean, where did they go? I think they went to Florida. They was somewhere in Florida, and he's seeing the beach, the palm trees. He's seeing the chicks in the bikinis. He's drinking all this Coca-Cola, and he's like, my God, this is America. All extra hype. He gets some chicken fingers for the first time. He don't know what to do with himself. What if Kovalev was that fighter? They brought over here and say, look, we're gonna treat you good. And to him, and I'm just thinking hypothetically, to him, he probably like, my God, I never thought I'd make $2 million. Not thinking to himself, like, wait a minute, I should be making at least 10. You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with this? You see where I'm going with this? But they're saying allegedly that he's supposed to get some back end money. Right? You see where I'm going with this? So they can tell him, I'm not saying this is happening, but this we don't know how many boxers this is going on with. And a lot of these managers and promoters, they are former lawyers and shit and accountants and shit. These are people that when they went to school and they grew up, they never thought they would be in boxing, but somehow they ended up in it. They were former bankers or whatever. Never stepped in a ring a day in their life. But they know how to maneuver that money. So I don't believe, and I don't want to believe that Main Events is that type of promotional company. Because Kathy Duva seems like a nice ass lady. And plus, in this day, and I'm not saying, oh, well, she can't do no wrong because she's nice. She's sexy as fuck, but excuse my language. But in this day and age, it's hard to get away with that type of shit. It's hard to get away with that type of shit. It's hard. Especially in the social media day and age. But if you really look at it, in my personal opinion, it should be nowhere on paper that the fight is saying Kovalev versus Ward, but yet when it comes to the money, Andre Ward is the A side. Now I understand that people are saying, well, that's because he's with Rock Nation, but what does his Rock Nation contract have to do with the fight pay-per-view money? How does that sound like? Oh, well, he's got to make at least $5 million. Like what? It's but that's the stuff we got to learn. Remember, we're all talking from speculation. We're only going by what we've learned from the Las Vegas State Athletic Commission, where the purses have to be reported. You have some fans out there that don't understand that this sport is called prize fighting. Throughout the history of boxing, they have fought for money. I talked about it before, how at the very beginning of, what can I say, more non-barbaric boxing, I guess, the times, where they used to, fight in the basements of bars, or, fight in like the town square with these skinny ass gloves on. And, you would have somebody walking around with a basket or a hat, putting money in it. And then the fighters will fight for that. It's always been like that. So you have some fans that say, well, why do you care about what the fighters make and yada, yada, yada. It's like, yo, always been like that. This shit is not new. Nerd Lives Matter. Block Leslie. The chat has spoken. Okay, Leslie. It seems as though they want you to be executed, bro. Okay. Okay. Anyway, as you can see, Leslie is gone. As you can see, he's gone. You know, and that's likely his real account too, because he got his real name on there. Yeah, we fucking stoned his ass to death. We stoned him to death. We got to find out like more ways, like the old timey ways. Oh, take him up to the top of the mountain, the highest mountain in the village. I mean, and throw him off the top. Like we got to think of like old time ways to like execute people, or fucking tar and feather him. Like pull this hot ass tar on him and feather him. Do old ass shit like that. What else? What's some old ass ways to execute people, yo? What's some old ass ways to execute people? We tarred and feathered his ass. Put him on the rack. Like they did with William Wallace. Kane, put him on the rack, like stretch him out, like had horses go different ways and shit. Had horses go different ways. Stoning is fucked up though. You know what they do when they stone you to death? They like bury you up to your neck, and then you just be stuck there, and then like everybody got to throw rocks at you and just smacking you all in your like. You know they still do that over in the Middle East, where they take like fucking they stone you to death. Like let you be a female and you cheat on your husband or you do some more crazy shit. They're gonna bury you up to your neck, and they're gonna throw rocks at you. Your kids and everybody got to throw rocks at you. And if they don't throw rocks at you, they get fucked up. You know, so the whole village would be like, yo, get the fucking, they'd be like, oh. That shit's fucked up, yo. That shit's fucked up. That shit's fucked up. People just throwing rocks at your ass. Hell yeah. With the fucking rats and shit, right? Where you can get a, get a bucket. I saw it on Game of Thrones, get a bucket. And put a rat in the bucket, put the bucket on somebody's stomach, and then put a flame against the fucking bottom of the bucket. That's some fucked up shit. And then the rat just start eating your stomach. But anyway, yeah, we've gone off course. So we're supposed to be listening to what Kovalev and John David Jackson has to say. Because it's time that, not only us as fans, but these boxers. They need to take care of themselves as far as educating themselves. Because I can imagine that, okay, I want to listen to Kovalev. This is Kovalev's manager we're about to put on. Now, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm not saying Kovalev is being robbed. What we talked about before is you have to understand that boxers get advances. What I mean by that is when the fighters first signed, they'll say, okay, well, you got any bills you need to be paid? Or, like you got somewhere, that's for you to live, that's up to par, you need a car, so if the promoter has enough money to do that, it's in their best interest to do that, to keep you tied up into their contract. So therefore they'll say, oh yeah, here, take this money, here. It's not free money. So when you get your check, let's say your check says $3 million, right? When you get your check, It was from Game of Thrones, Nerd Live Matter. Come on, I seen it. It was when Arya was in the fuck. No, let's stay on track. Anyway, it was when you get your check, right? It'll say 3 million. We talking about the money, TY. We talking about like how why Kovalev is only getting 2 million. You'll get your check and it'll say 2 million, but then on your pay stub, it'll have deductions of shit, you know, like advance in April of 2012, 150,000. You know, vehicle purchase in May of 2014. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So you have to factor that in. We don't know how many advances Kovalev got. But then once again, hey, listen, we don't have the contracts. We don't know how much these fighters are, you know, getting on the back end, you know. We don't know. But one thing is for sure is on paper, he should be making more than motherfucking $2 million. And they're probably going to keep Virgil Hunter from the microphone from now on. You know, promoter's going to be on, you know, promoter's going to keep Virgil Hunter away from the microphone. They're going to keep his ass away from the microphone because that shit he was talking. That shit he was talking. That shit he was talking. We don't know how many MF91 says, I guess that means motherfucker 91. That's what's up. He said, how long does Kovalev have left on his main events contract? We do not know. But most likely, he's going to be with main events for eternity. He's going to be with main events for eternity. Oh, you ain't hear what he said. We gotta listen to it again. That's some controversial shit he said. That's some controversial shit he said. This press conference was, you know, and I was in a hospital watching it, but I wasn't able to concentrate on the shit. And I was like, Virgil Hunter. And of course I'm doing a live stream after the fight. Of course I'm doing a live stream after the fight. What happened to the Hank Lundy interview? I put some of it on my Instagram. I got to upload. I got a lot of interviews I have not uploaded. I did a lot of interviews this month and last month. You can hear me all over other people's channels, you know, whether it's Fight Hype, ESN, of me asking questions, but I don't upload the interview myself. Like crazy shit, you know? I did a lot of interviews like this month. A lot. No, I'm not live streaming during the fight. You tripping. Talking about some live stream for like during the fight. You tripping. And I know you don't mean stream the fight. Lord knows I know you don't mean that. But I'm not live streaming during the fight. No, because I gotta do my you know, my post-fight videos, and plus I gotta chill and shit. You know, I can't concentrate on the fight, you know, like I need to. A fight like this, you got to concentrate on that shit. And then, you know, do a stream. That makes no sense. Okay, so yeah, we're going to listen to it one more time. It's only 7 minutes long. And then I'm going to take my final break. And then we're going to talk about we're going to go on to, then we got to go on to the next topic. We got to go on to you know, boxing news. We talked enough about Kovalev Ward. My prediction is Andre Ward. If I had to put a number on it, I say 55% Andre Ward, 45% Kovalev. You know, or it could be fucking 52, you know, Kovalev, 48 Andre. I mean, 52 Ward, 48 Andre. 52 Ward, 48 Kovalev. You know, I'm kind of I'm kind of on, you know, on the fence. On the fence. I'm kind of on the fence. You know, but I'll be back. I didn't do it for a recent fight. The last time I did that was a long time ago, man. Though it probably been like a year or at the beginning of the year when I actually streamed during a fight, and I realized it was a bad deal. It was bad news. It was bad news. And I don't stream fights. Don't you dare disrespect me if that's what you're talking about.
Really want to come up too much today. You know, I turned 63 last Wednesday, and
You don't even look no 63, right?
and it's no secret now that, you know, I've worked with youth all of my professional career. I was just reflecting last night on, I can remember some young men, 13, that I knew and buried them at 15. You know, I've seen it all. So it does have an emotional effect on me when it comes to young men. And, you know, I realize that even the age of Sergey and Andre, they're young men to me. And watching that my fight and where
You gotta listen to this carefully. He started talking some real shit.
it really touched me. And I'm not up here just saying this just to be saying it. It really touched me deeply. And, you know, my heart went out to it. And of course, everybody now knows Andre's background. It's been 8 weeks and a lot of things have come out, and we've chose to keep quiet for the various reasons that we need to keep quiet, because things fly around pretty quick. And until you can get everybody in the room, it's always a mystery to what actually is really going on. I had the great pleasure yesterday of doing a ring debate with Coach Jackson. And even though he has sniped me and questioned, you know, my credentials, which he's entitled to, I walked away from that debate with respect for him. I never had disrespect for him, but I had more respect for him. So I was sort of alluding to yesterday that, you know, I was troubled by a few things, some things that I had observed in the camp, whether Sergey listens to Coach Jackson or not, when it comes to, you know, doing things his way. So imagine getting up this morning and realizing within myself that we heard about, you know, the troubles in Russia and how Sergey was, you know, overwhelmed with family and friends and things.
Then y'all gotta listen to what he's saying. Like, he getting deep with it. He getting deep with it right now.
Tickets and things like that, and it didn't allow him to put on the performance that was expected of him. Although we do have to give Isaac Shalimba a lot of credit with the attitude to come to win. We do have to give him his portion of the credit. I think what disturbs me most is that Coach Jackson didn't get there till a week before the fight. Now, Ms. Duba, with all respect, in New York, introduced Coach Jackson as the best trainer in boxing. And I'm trying to figure out in my mind, why would you leave the best trainer in boxing behind until a week before the fight? So maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know, but that seems to be the case. And it's not airing out trash, it's leaving questions to be asked. I can't answer it. And if I am wrong, then I'll even feel better about it. As I said yesterday, the respect that I gained from Coach Jackson yesterday, and being in the coaching fraternity is a very difficult fraternity. And so I tend to align myself with every coach because it's so tough. So that's the case. Also, and you know, this is real, it's not easy to get out because, again, looking at how Sergey lost his dad, man, early. All these things affect you when you're young. You know, I never came up around my real father, and I often wondered, you know, what would I have been? Maybe if he'd have been there. I'm thankful for how things turned out. I had a great stepdad, and he was really the only dad that I knew. And this is a 50-50 fight, but the pay doesn't reflect that. How does the challenger get a boatload of money, but the champion don't? I don't understand that. I think those are some questions that need to be asked. And everybody here is saying, well, you're doing it. No, it's not like that. I'm really torn by it because, again, until you've been in my shoes and have worked with young men and seen the sufferings of things, you never know. But I don't understand it. Maybe he was fine with it, or maybe it's not true, and that would be the best news I can get. But again, I might just be blowing smoke and rattling, and when I'm saying rattling up here, because it is something that really bothered me, and call me weird or whatever you want to call me, or later on if you have to remark on what I've said today, you're entitled to remark the way you want to remark. But if everybody's fine with it, then I'm fine with it. But it did bother me. Getting to the fight, I believe it's going to be a great fight. And I believe that Sergey is everything that they say he is. He's a dangerous opponent. He's coming intending to win. We've seen him do things to opponents that when they step in the ring, they shiver. And I think that he carries that persona with him justifiably. So really it's up to us to, dilute that situation. So I'm looking forward to November 19th. And I'd like to see all these, Sergey's 33 now, Andre's 32. This is an age in boxing where you're looking for your exit strategy. So when you make a remark that there was a time when fighters were courageous and not cynical businessmen, I think that takes us back to the 40s or the 50s. You fight, I'll do your business. And then when you finish fighting, you look up and you don't have no money. But in the meantime, my grandkids going to college on your blood, sweat, and tears. And in the meantime, you can take a bow at the next fight 10 years from now. And everybody tell you how great you were and how they enjoyed your fighting, but you don't have no money. So I encourage all fighters to be cynical businessmen. Don't be a robot. And it's easy from the foreign countries to get that type of fighter and pay them what you want to pay them. And they should be happy with it. And if that's the case, so be it. But I just encourage them all to be businessmen. And you have a right to be a businessman in other sports, man. You're no longer robots. It just saddens me because I came through the civil rights era. I came through all during that time. I'm a very avid historical reader of all the major events that took place in Russia from Nikita.
Okay, so Bobby, he was Virgil Hunter was on some, psychological warfare. Basically, what he said, just to summarize, is, Kovalev should be questioning his promotional and managerial team on why he's only making $2 million. That's some crazy shit to put in a fighter's head before, a fight. That's some crazy shit to put in a fighter's head before a fight. And you're all you when you're a boxer, you are supposed to be a businessman. Because it's a sport where fighters, up until the social media age, if you really, really think about it, have been making nothing. And the promoters and the managers, Mike Tyson got into that situation where Don King giving him all this money, then saying, oh yeah, don't forget that bread, bro. You owe me this bread. And also, hitting me with all these crazy percentages. Like, well, since I'm your promoter and I did this and that and this and that and this and that, I take 70% and you take this 30, but then out of that 30%, you got to pay your taxes and all that shit too. Don't forget about your taxes. That's not my problem. Don't forget about your taxes. So, and he has a point. It's not like, and if you know, like Virgil Hunter as a person, as a character, we don't know him as a person, but from us knowing him as a fan, exactly, and just like Petty Murphy said, and they add interest on the payback money that you got to give. So if you know the type of, or what you think the type of person Virgil Hunter is, he doesn't come across as the type of man that would be saying this shit just to do psychological warfare. It's like, you know, and it seemed like I can call him motherfucker. It seemed like he was great crime. So he thinking like, damn, you know, Ward is my fighter, but it's like, what kind of shit is going on over in A camp where he's got 3 belts and his ratings are better than my fighter's ratings as far as, you know, HBO is concerned, and yet he's only making what, $2 million, and then he's supposed to pay taxes off of that, pay his team, and whatever other money they got coming out of his check. I'll probably never get into a main event fight now. I did screw with the pooch. I'll probably never get into a main event fight now. But hey, listen, I'm the media. Don't listen. Don't try to block me out, because I don't do it. Don't do it. I'm just the media. I'm just the media. All right. I don't want nobody at main events getting no feathers ruffled. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying that Virgil Hunter was saying some real shit that has to be analyzed, that we have to talk about. We got to talk about the shit. Right? So I remember, you know, people still think that I hate Floyd Mayweather and all that. I think to those people, like, come on. I think you should know now my job is to sell fights and hype shit up. I've learned so much of Floyd Mayweather. In fact, I'm anti-Floyd Mayweather because of Floyd Mayweather like Floyd. Put it this way. What I'm saying is I use Floyd Mayweather's exact marketing style on him. Just like he talk about all that controversial shit about other people and everything, I talk controversial shit about him. Floyd is like my favorite fighter. You know, if y'all don't get it now, you know, when people say, you've been hating on Floyd Mayweather for years, it wasn't a gimmick. It's just that I was, you know. But really, behind the scenes, Floyd not even like y'all think he is. Don't get me wrong, he do be on some nut ass shit sometimes. But yo, Floyd a nice ass dude behind the scenes. But he know once he get on that camera and once he's selling the fight, I'm Money Mayweather now. Money Mayweather. Money Mayweather. So call it psychological warfare, but it's all about like how Kovalev is. It's just like this, right? We can say that he's getting overseas money, but my question is, why on paper is he making less than Andre Ward? If anything, he should be getting okay, let's just say, you know, Andre Ward's getting $5 million, right? And if the pay-per-view hits a certain amount of numbers, he gets some pay-per-view kickback. That's usually how it works. But Kovalev should be making $5 million too, at least. And then his extra incentive is if the pay-per-view does a certain amount less than what Ward needs to get pay-per-view money, then he should be getting kickback. But for them to say, well, you know, $2 million and he's getting overseas money, it's like, wait a minute. So a person like me, boxing is all I do. I'm a caregiver too, but I research shit heavily. and I want to be a promoter one day. So I'm learning all this media stuff because it's educating me on the business to when I become a promoter one day. So therefore, if I want to become a promoter, right, I got to know if I tell my fighter, right, let's say, for example, if I get a fucking fighter from Morocco, right, I got to know, like, well, wait a minute, how much can we charge these TV networks over here to get you to fight? You know, I got to know that shit. So now I want to know, because it is prize fighting, I want to know how much of this Russian TV money Kovalev is supposed to be getting. Where's the money going? Where does the money come from? It can't go anywhere if it's not coming from nowhere. But like Virgil Hunter said, hey, you know, I don't know what's really going on over there, but if he cool with it, then I'm cool with it. You know, if he's cool with it, then I'm cool with it. And it is true that you can go overseas and find some, you know, you can go overseas to some poor ass country somewhere or some poor ass neighborhood and find this good ass skilled boxer who never think they're going to make it out of their hood, whatever their hood is. And then you can tell them like, yo, you ride with me, you're going to eat. And then as you get bigger and bigger and bigger, you try to keep this fighter's head the same level it was at when you first signed him. It's almost like they used to do the slaves. They didn't want the slaves to read. So they won't learn shit about shit, you know, and they can't advance, you know? Fighters are that same way. Or promoters and managers are the same way. Remember, whether you want to believe it or not, the promoter's goal is to make more than the fighter. And that makes no sense, right? That makes no sense. The manager's goal is to make more than the fighter. Makes no sense. So right now, we're in a situation where we're in this beautiful age of technology and social media, and we've learned so much about the inner and the inner and outer workings of boxing, because now it's not like it can't be covered up anymore. Because before, to find out like really, really good information, what did you have to do? You had to read a magazine. And the magazine is only going to print what they want to print. And also, whoever they're talking about it can go to the magazine and say, don't print that. That's why these sanctioning bodies, WBC, WBO, IBF, and WBA, they can't do the same weirdo shit they was doing before about ripping fighters off from their title shots and shit. Because with the social media shit, we'll say, well, wait a minute, how's he getting a title shot? Or how did he get ranked? He wasn't ranked last month. Or how the fuck, people start talking, you can't get away with the same shit you used to get away with before. You can't. It's got to be like that with this, these boxers got to educate themselves. They got to educate themselves. They got to educate themselves. Believe it or not, I like Ring Magazine. People say they're biased because they're with Golden Boy Promotions, but believe it or not, look, and I've been following them heavily because I've been, watching behind the scenes and shit. And then Dougie Fisher follow me on Twitter. So I be lurking. I be watching. I be thinking like, yo, they try their best. Because they know, because of the social media age, you're going to get called out on that bias shit. You can't be biased no more. You're going to get called out on it. So I see that they try, but the only thing that I've noticed is like, wait a minute, why haven't y'all stripped Canelo of that Ring Magazine belt yet? Why have y'all stripped of that Ring Magazine belt? So that may be the upper brass of HBO. I mean, of Golden Boy coming in and say, "Don't take his belt," and that's coming from your boss. Don't take his belt. You know. Crazy that Golden Boy Promotions, Oscar De La Hoya owns the Ring Magazine title, and the Ring Magazine title is the most coveted title out there. And if you really think about it, how many Heyman fighters are Ring Magazine champions? We're gonna save that for later on in the video or another video. We're gonna save that later on. So, once again, I'm going with. Damn, we've been here for 3 hours already. I said I wasn't going to make this no 8-hour stream. Damn. Wait, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12. Damn. Fuck it, right? We might as well just ride out, right? We might as well just ride out. We'll chill for a little bit more. I'm going to have to start cooking because I'm cooking for today and for tomorrow because I'm going to be up all night with the fight. And I got those little cleaning up around here. I got to figure out what a hoodie I'm going to wear tonight because I got to wear Jordan hoodie, right? It's Andre Ward, you know? And I got a lot of shit I got to do. I want to play some video games. I do want to play some video games because I haven't done anything for myself in like a long time. So I do want to play some video games. I have Battlefield 1, I have the new Call of Duty, and I have NBA 2K17, which I haven't played yet. So I do want to take some me time. Yeah, we'll chill for a little bit long. I mean, I don't got shit else to do. What I'm going to do? Fuck, now I don't own no Champion hoodies. That shit, people ain't really don't wear no Champion. We ain't been wearing that shit since like the early 90s. Some old shit like that. I'm going to talk about that Lexorcism. Yeah, I got 2K17 on PS4. No, I think my PSN network, I gotta get it again. It's only fucking $18. It's not an issue. I gotta get it again. I haven't been playing no video. I haven't been, because my thing is, yeah, we can chill for a minute and talk about like some regular shit, right? We've been talking boxing so damn long. So I don't really take too much time to myself. I don't got no chicks. I don't got no chicks. I work my ass off. I almost died earlier this week. Like literally, no bullshit. The Lord almost called me home. Went home to the main line. I was an hour. They would said if I didn't come in, I would have, call the ambulance. I would have like went into a coma. Because what happened was I passed out. So if you have an asthma attack and you can't breathe when you pass out, the oxygen to your brain, you're not getting oxygen to your brain. So therefore, you're gonna go fucking brain dead. So I passed out downstairs at the door. Because what happened was I didn't want the ambulance. It was some dickhead shit. I didn't want the ambulance to come in and get me. So I said, I'm going to meet them downstairs like a dickhead. And I was already at a point where I couldn't walk and I couldn't talk, or I was just, it was crazy. So I get into the shower. I was in the shower for like 2.5 hours because I couldn't move. So I still had the soap and everything on me. I had my bag near me, and I just started crawling down the steps, like on my fucking stomach, just crawling down the steps, just crawling, made it to the hallway, and I reached up, unlocked the door, and I don't remember nothing else. I remember waking up in the ambulance for a brief minute, like blurred and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I see, like the lady, like with the fucking thing on my face. and she like doing some shit to my arms or something, and she like, like, don't go to sleep, keep your eyes open, baby, keep your eyes open. And I was scared as shit. I was scared as fuck. I was scared as fuck. I was scared as. So I wake up again in the emergency room, and you would think that I got shot. There's all these people around me. They got all these fucking tubes and shit, and all these. They cut my hoodie off because they was like, like they just cut the shit off. They just cut the shit off, and I woke up in the IC unit, and I'm not fucking with that shit no more. So I got everything I need. That was the worst asthma attack. I'm not fucking with that shit no more. Because people say that asthma shit kill you, and I know it will kill you. But I don't be taking it. I'm not fucking with that shit no more. So I've been sick over the last month and a half. Not month and a half. I would say about 5 weeks. I got sick whatever the week was before Garcia Vargas' first press conference. I covered it. I covered it. And I went to that press conference when they told me you're only breathing at 81%. You need to stay here. And I said, I can't stay. So let me tell you how fucked up it was. I can't stay. So what I did was, while I was in there in the emergency room when they was trying to admit me to the hospital, this was, before I went to the Garcia Vargas press conference, I'm researching online what happens if you leave hospital against doctor's orders. And I didn't think about it. And it says they cancel your insurance. What it is the doctors, they get you to sign some shit. They say that you're going against the doctor's orders or whatever. So I signed the shit, get out of there. I stop here, pick up my laptop, my camera. Mind you, I'm going through it. And I rush down to the press conference, cover the press conference, get an interview with Danny Garcia and Angel Garcia, and the file gets corrupted. The fucking file get corrupted. So on the way back, I'm going through it. On the way back, I was going through it. So since then, I've been sick. I went to the ER last week, got out, went to go pick up my medicine. That's when I found out my insurance was off. Why did they cut my insurance off? Because I left the hospital against the doctor's permission. And I went those 3 days without my medicine, 4 days without my medicine, went to Garcia versus Vargas to fight. I should not have been there. And I'm running around that arena, like a madman. I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere. Because when you're media, you have full access to the arena. So I'm everywhere. And then I get home, I watch UFC 205, and it wasn't until that Sunday morning where I just started going through it. And then, like I said, Wednesday, Tuesday night is when I went to the emergency room. So the good thing about asthma is, it's nothing good about it, but it can be taken care of like within a few days. You can get your speed, you can get your lungs cleared within like a couple of days. Because first, it's your air passages are inflamed, they're swollen. So therefore you're trying to breathe through, and then after that, you got all this mucus and shit that you gotta fucking get out you. So fuck that, man. Fuck that. I'm not doing that asthma shit no more, man. Fuck that. I definitely don't want to die. I don't need those type of problems. Don't you think this would be the wrong time to die, right? Where I got all this good shit going on. This would be the wrong time to die. No. So, with the website launching and all that. Yeah, well, I'm not overweight. But yes, being overweight doesn't help. I'm not overweight. But, yeah, so, okay, let's get back to boxing. As you guys know, I have a website launching, Fight View 360. It's coming out at the end of this month. And it's coming out the end of this month. And it's going to be a totally innovative approach on boxing. There's no better way to say it. And also, I said multiple times before is that when you launch a website, if you're going to do it the right way, if you're going to do a news website the right way, you have to devote your life to it. There's no better way to say it than that, because there's so much data entry. That's what it is. There's so much, on the computer. It's and then there's so much reading, because for the writers I have to proofread and fact check all of the stuff they send me. Then I got to write articles. So now my new routine is going to be after I watch a fight, right? I got to do a post-fight video. I got to write an article, then do a live stream. Then it's no sleep, because you got to watch the post-fight press conference. You got to get updates on the fighters, and you got to write articles on that shit. Because you got to keep people up to date on everything. You got to keep update on everything. Because the first thing people are going to say is like, well, wait a minute. Why didn't you write about this? Or where's the article after that? Or where's, it's like people do with my videos. So I've had to condition my life over the last, I started right after my birthday. I have to condition my life to not only get back to a full schedule of pumping out videos 5 to 6 days a week, but also running a website 24/7 and doing a podcast weekly at the same time, doing live streams after major fights, going to events, organizing people going to events, editing, uploading videos. It's a lot of shit. So I've said it many times. I am not launching no website just to have no website. I'm launching some shit that is going to be around, where people, when they see it, they're going to be like, oh shit, this shit is motherfucking for real. That's what I want. I'm tired of people talking shit. And I'm tired of people not giving the sport the respect it deserves. I showed you before, I don't make no money off this shit. I haven't made no money, no real money off of YouTube since October of last year. Last month, I made $100 off of YouTube. And it's been going down. This is the lowest I ever made. It's been going down each month. Because I'm not, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm in a situation now where I have to generate revenue. We have to generate revenue because we got to start making advances. And each month, I've been losing money each month, for like a long time now. And it's like, yo, that shit is whack. That shit is whack. That shit we got to bring some money. We got to start bringing money in. We got to start bringing money in. So. And then tax season is here, and I don't get no money back in taxes. So I gotta fucking do all these fucking, like sort all these receipts and shit, because basically every hat I wear, every hoodie I wear, it's very, very rare. When I say rare, it's like, unless I'm going to the store or something, you won't see me wearing the hoodies that I wear in my videos or the hats I wear in my videos out in the street. It's very, 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 very rare. So basically, this shit is my uniform. So I get money back for my hat. I get money back for my fucking, for this microphone, everything, for my jacket, for the fucking printer paper. So I just had to like really turn myself into, like a full-fledged entrepreneur. But at the same time, I'm a regular dude. I just do a lot of work. And I've said many times before, even though you don't see me doing like a lot of videos, I have a lot of stuff going on in the background. Yes, Petty Murphy, all that stuff is in the process. all of it's happening. You know, it like that stuff takes time. You know, so everything, and I'm doing everything literally by myself. You know, but I went to school for this shit. I didn't go to school for journalism or what is this called? Communications or something, nothing. I went to school for, you know, marketing, more business administration, you know, marketing, public speaking, and drama. But now, in order to accomplish my goals, it's like, damn, I gotta fucking start a website. And I didn't realize I had to start a website until like the end of last year. So I never knew nothing about websites or nothing, none of that. So I had to learn all this, you know, like late night, you know, like when you're in the bed and you got to like listen to WordPress videos, like how to use WordPress while you go to sleep. You know, all that, like, no, you know, or you got to learn how to, what is it? Learn about web hosting and all that, you know? So I've been educating myself to where now I'm just like, my God, we are finally here. We are finally here. So that's what I said. Well, listen, these videos, I couldn't do videos. There was too much shit going on. And plus I wasn't impressed. People were saying shit like, you know, TstreeT, you falling off, or such and such. It's now got these amount of subscribers and look at you, you stuck at that. I didn't give a fuck about none of that shit. Because it's like, yo, okay, listen, I already proved from the last channel to this channel, and even if I start another channel, I know how to be successful on YouTube. I know how to do it. I know how to do it, so I'm not worried about who's in front of me now, because then eventually, you know. So now, I'm actually back now. You know, I'm actually at a point in time now that my health is cool. I have 2 more things I have to take care of. I gotta finally fucking go pick up my truck from the dealership. And once the website is done, there's 3 more things I have to do. I have to get my truck. I have to buy a house in January, and I have to win this custody battle. And then after that, I would say probably like February. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing like real, you know, I'm gonna be doing good. I'm gonna be doing good. You know, to the point where I'll be at a point in time in my life where I can finally focus on boxing the way I always wanted to. Like finally be able to wake up and be like, you know, all I do is boxing. You know? It's crazy. You know, it's a shame that I got to this place and there was many people. Yes, the exotic dancers are coming. You know, it's just that, you know, I'm finally in a place where I'll be able to do that. I made promises on YouTube. Let me clarify. I made promises on YouTube. I told people that I was going to get to fights. When people said I never would. No, first I said I was going to get an interview. People said, oh, you'll never ever get an interview a day in your life. You know, boxers are not going to talk to you, yada, yada, yada. My first interview ever was Steve Upshur Chambers. Remember, he fought Andre Berto. And it was like, TstreeT, this is a phone interview, yada, yada, yada. I said, all right, well, I'm going to interview Danny Garcia. They said, DSG never going to let you in his gym, yada, 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 yada. You ain't going to never get into the DSG gym. I interviewed Danny Garcia and Angel Garcia. They said, promoters are not going to let you in the fights. You ain't going to never get the fights. You ain't going to never get to no fights. You ain't going to get to no fights. You ain't going to get to no fights. I said, all right. First fight I ever attended was Kovalev versus Ward. They said, you know, you ain't gonna never work with no website. You ain't gonna never work with no website. You ain't gonna get with no website. I started working with Real Combat Media. They said, you ain't gonna never get to no more fights. You ain't gonna never get to no more fights. You ain't gonna never get to no more fights. How many fights have I covered so far? Like 5, I think. They said, you ain't gonna never stop drinking. You ain't gonna never stop drinking. You're gonna be an alcoholic. You ain't gonna never make it. You see where I'm going with this? You see where I'm going with this? They said, you ain't gonna never be able to make it on your fights, to fights on your own, under your own name. You're gonna need a website. I went to Garcia versus Vargas under my own brand. So now they said, this guy lied, said he was gonna get the strippers. Where's the strippers? Where the strippers? They're coming. This guy's never going to get a microphone. He's never going to up his video quality. You're never going to get your own website. You're never going to get your own website. You don't know how to run a website. So, thank you. They say, such and such has more subscribers than you. They're doing more videos than you. They're better than you. Your time is coming. So, I've done everything I said I was going to do. The time is coming. I drink about once a month. It's just that I can't drink like I used to. I can't, because for one, I just don't, it just don't sit right with me, man. I be sick. I drink two Jack and Cokes, and I be on. I be on. So, I'm grateful that all you guys support me. And truth be told, I wouldn't be here without the naysayers. I wouldn't be here without the naysayers. And I have to say, it all started with Into the Arena. It all started with Into the Arena. And it's painful because that guy was like my brother. In fact, he was my brother. And and he was the same person when he was a kid. It was the same person that he was when he was a kid. Always been like that. Always been like that. Sergey was known to wrestle tigers for training. Yeah, he is crazy. Did y'all see his movie? Did y'all see his movie? Y'all want to see his Kovalev got a movie coming out. Kovalev got a movie coming out. Oh, Kovalev got a movie coming out. So yeah, I'm grateful you guys support me. And like I said, this shit is serious. This boxing shit is serious to me. So I'm gonna rock out with this whole media thing for probably like the next 3 to 5 years. And then after that, I'll get my promoter's license. Because then by that time, I'll know everything there is to know about the business. I already know the most important things I feel you have to know to be a boxing promoter is you got to know how the sanctioning body's rules work. Because if you don't know how those rules work, then you don't know how to maneuver your fighters to championships. So the whole point of getting a fighter is to get them a championship. So therefore, they have to make money, right? You got to know how the networks work as far as paying and all that. You got to know, of course, you got to know about drafting contracts. You got to know how to market your fighter. For example, I would hire people, I don't know, like agencies or whatever to train my fighters in being like personable with the media, to know how to like market themselves. If one of them turns out, if I have a fighter that behind the scenes that says to me like, listen, I'm a really nice guy, but I want to be the bad guy. I want people to hate me. I say, all right, well then we're going to hire somebody, to teach you how to be the motherfucking bad guy. Talk some shit. Get these motherfuckers pissed off. If I have a fighter who says that I want to be the good guy, I want everybody to like me, it's like, all right, well, damn. We got to find a way, to get people just to, ride with you, to sell tickets and shit. Did you notice all charismatic fighters are successful? For example, look at Conor McGregor. You know why he makes so much money and why he's this big name now? Because he runs his mouth. It's an art form. I talked about a fighter, Anthony Mundine. who's a favorite fighter of mine. Over in Australia, he gets so much shit, but over here in the States, he would be loved. Tyson Fury gets so much shit over in the UK, but over here in the States, he would be loved. Tyson Fury had New York lit. Like all around the Barclays Center when he was over here drunk, and he said probably on some coke. He probably was powdering his nose. You know, running around. He was chasing after Carl Froch. You know, remember when he got in the ring with Wilder? He was outside with the fans and shit. Being eccentric sound, it sounds. It sounds. I do cover a lot of British boxing. You tripping? Does this guy know who I am? Does this guy know who I am? Like, if Tyson Fury was American, yes, he would. Giovanni, he would be American. Yo, he would be the fucking man over here. He would be probably the number one fighter behind Floyd Mayweather just because of Tyson Fury, his shit talking and all that. Over here in America, yo, what? Tyson Fury would be the fucking man. Tyson Fury would be he would be always on TMZ. Always on TMZ. Over there, they frown their nose up at him. I'm like, yo, y'all got a gift over there. They got a gift. But yes, De Niro London, I cover way more British boxing. I just fell off a little bit because I wasn't doing videos for a while. I was really depressed for like the whole year last year. But I've been covering international boxing. I covered George Groves yesterday. And George Groves still won't block me from Twitter. And the crazy thing is, one day, I'm sorry, Al Heyman. One day I'm going to meet George Groves. And I'm scared because I'm going to ask him like, well, you know, George Groves, you know, I support you. And, you know, I talk some shit. And can you unblock me from Twitter? But he seemed like the type of dude that would say some shit like, well, if you're blocked, then it must be a reason why I blocked you. And I'd be like, God damn it, you son of a bitch. Like, we'll probably come to blows. I know he'll probably knock me the fuck out. But it's like, you know, come on, I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed. Look at Shannon Briggs. Shannon Briggs is a big media, you know, magnet. But you watch him in the ring, that shit be ugly. He's slow as fuck. And Shannon Briggs is cool. But Shannon Briggs is a marketing genius. He's a marketing genius. But you know, as they say, the last thing to go from a fighter is his power. So Shannon Briggs will knock you the fuck out, but he's just slow. This fight, Derek Smith says, this fight is the biggest fight in boxing. Where's the media coverage? Well, the fact that I'm doing now, maybe approaching what, a 4 or 5 hour stream? Here's the media coverage, bro. Here's the media coverage. And also, a lot of people have been, yeah, real rat. Real rat. He keeps me safe. He watches over me. I'm going to upgrade this picture. I'm going to get an in color one. I've been meaning to do it. I'm going to get an in color one. And I'm going to put it in a golden frame. I'm dead ass serious. And then when I get my house, my basement is going to be like a Superman cave. It's like a Superman cave. You'll see. You'll see. In fact, I'll show you one picture. I'll show you one picture. In 1 minute. In 1 minute. I'll show you one picture. I just hope it doesn't show anything that it's not supposed to. In 1 minute. I'm gonna show you my man cave. Well, this is the house I'm trying to get. I can't show you the whole house, obviously. Yeah, okay. This is a good picture. This is a good picture. So I've been trying to buy a house for like 2 years now, and it's like finally here. So this is this it? No. This is the basement. So I'm gonna turn this. Oh, wait, y'all can't see it. Yeah. This is the basement. So I'm gonna turn this into a super motherfucking man cave studio. He's even got his own motherfucking shower and shit. So my hanger I don't know where I'm gonna put my desk, but this is gonna be all fucking controversial studio. I'm gonna rip this carpet up. But yeah, shit getting real. Shit's getting real. Shit's getting There's a few more technological upgrades I have to make. For example, by the end of the year, I'm going to be going in 1080p. And also, I'm trying to figure out, I believe what I want to do is I am going to be taking Skype calls during my streams. Yes. All that stuff. I'm already ahead of you. I'm already ahead of all of you. So, I'm going to go for like the wall collage. So my whole goal is like wherever I'm shooting my videos at, I'm going to like have just random photos and shit all around. You know, I think that's the way I think that's the good way to go. Instead of having like something that says Fight View 360 in the background. No, I want some personality to my set. You see what I'm saying? I may get like some funny statues or some shit, you know? I am a caregiver and I am retired. I made some good business moves when I was younger, even though it drove me crazy. But I'm reaping the benefits. So I just fucking cover boxing and I fucking cook and like, chill with my pop all day. And like, like watch TV and movies and shit. That's TV and movies and shit. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a random, it's gonna be just random ass shit everywhere, but it's all gonna be boxing related. It's all gonna be like boxing related, Like for example, we got Ruben over here. Who we got over here? Let's take a look. We got Ruben over here, and we got Voodoo Mama Priestess Pacquiao. But she can't fit in the photo. We got Virgil. We got Eddie back here. We got Cyborg back there. A bunch of like boxing memorabilia and everything. So all this boxing memorabilia and like shit you see around is from like fights I've went to or covered in some type of way. Yeah, I'm already on Blog Talk Radio. I'm on Blog Talk Radio. I told you guys I'm already ahead of you. People have been telling me to do the same shit for years. I'm starting my podcast in January. I was going to start in December, but I don't want to start the website and the podcast in the same month. So I've already got it. It's TstreeT, Controversy Live, Fight View 360. So I've already taken care of all that stuff. So I'm already ahead of you. Like I said, I already told you, to do this right, I have to devote my life to it. I'm finally at a situation where I can devote my life to it. And I said many times before, people think it's crazy, but I don't like going to fights. I really do not like going to fights. Because it's a lot of work that has to be done, and I'd rather do that work from home. So my goal is TstreeT, you buying the Uchi says TstreeT, you buying the fight? We should publicly execute you for that. Are you asking me, am I streaming the fight? We should execute you for that. We should throw you into the volcano. We should throw you into the volcano. You should be impaled, slowly impaled. What other ways should we get him out of here? Huh? Let me show you guys something for you scum who not buying the fight. You guys are scum. I buy every fight.
Well, we might as well just get it out of the way, right? As you can see, Kovalev versus Ward is $64.99. I'm still doing some videos. I'm just doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. So, here we go. This is HD, yeah. if there's any fight you should buy, if you brought Canelo Smith,
You
if
scum.
brought Pacquiao Vargas, which other one? Even if you brought Canelo Khan, this is a fight you pay for. It worked? Yep. All right, I'll see you guys later. Well,
Did you ever ask me if I'm buying the fight? What's wrong with you, bro? Look, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Where's it at? Let me show you something. As soon as I find it. This is how much I made. Look at this money. This is how much I made in like the last 90 days. And listen, you got to factor in taxes and what YouTube takes out, which is 30%. Where's it at? 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 Hold on, I'm looking for something. I'm trying to prove a point. That's me at Garcia. Bam. 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 We've been talking boxing for a long time, Cruz Garcia. Give me a little bit of time. We're going to get back to it. We're going to be talking about boxing, but we talked about a lot of fucking boxing for the guys who were here from the beginning. We talked about a lot of boxing. So technically, this is kind of me time. Technically. Thank you, Al Heyman. I'm looking for something. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. It's probably gonna be too damn far down. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it, guys. Let me scroll like 1 more minute. Let me scroll 1 more minute. Ew. 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 Look, that's real tender. That's that tender right there. That part real tender. Ew. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'm not gonna be able to find it. But basically what I do is I post all my bills. Because as I said earlier in the video, is if you make money off the sport, even though I've been losing money every month, you are the first who should be giving back to the sport. You are the first who should be giving back to the sport. I have to say, I don't like how I'm not thrilled on how boxing is being covered on YouTube. I'm not thrilled, and it ruffles my feathers that literally it seems like it's being it seems like it's being like it's turned into like a cash grab. People just get on these videos, they say things just to not to help the sport or not to help the boxers or the promoters or the managers or to sell the fight, but just to line their pockets. That's not me. I say what I feel. People told me that I wouldn't be able to get into media being the person that I am. That obviously wasn't accurate. I am not sucking no fighter's dick. I like vagina. I am heterosexual. I am not aligned to anyone. I will call it like I see it. I call it like I see it. I call it like I see it. I'm sorry. I call it like I see it. I call it like I see it. You know, and I've noticed that there's like the more YouTube channels, the more people covering the sport, the more it helps the sport. But what I'm noticing is that there's just too many motherfucking channels. There's too many motherfucking channels. And a lot of these people, not to toot my own horn, let's keep it 100. A lot of these people saw what I was doing, 2, 3, 4 years ago, and they was like, oh shit, we're gonna start doing that shit too. Because at one point in time, it wasn't that many of us. It wasn't that many of us. Now it's like, god damn. You type in after a fight, what do you see? You see such and such fight review, such and such thoughts, such and such full fight, such and such yada yada yada, and everybody's talking. But I make sure that when I do my videos, I educate. I make sure that you have a reason to watch my videos. And also, I'm not going to be reading off no script and nothing. I can't do none of that. Will I ever do a drunken video again? Most likely. Most likely. I think I need to do one more eventually just to say like goodbye, I guess. It'll probably be the video with the exotic dancers. I think that's the perfect video to do, like on the sauce. On the sauce. But I'll do it in like a controlled environment, because I can't drink like that no more, man. That shit hurt. Two-time T, you like repeating yourself. What did I repeat? What did I repeat? That was a joke. Is it likely that Ward fights any PBC boxers if he wins? That's a good question, because any fighter at 175 is going to have to go through him. So I'm interested to see if the WBC will order a purse bid like they did for Kovalev for Ward versus Stevenson if Ward wins. Stevenson is supposed to be in the building tonight. And of course, he said, whoever wins, of course, he's going to say this, whoever wins has to fight me. Right? Of course. But that's probably Al Heyman telling him, like, yo, okay, you've been eating for a while now. Now it's time to start making some big money. We got to send you over to HBO, bro. But also, it's going to be interesting to see Al Heyman and Rock Nation working together. Andre Knight, TstreeT, keep doing what you are doing. Don't worry about someone who's making money off boxing videos. Keep winning. Well, yeah, of course. I'm not. It's like this. It's not that I'm worried. Like, I don't put it this way. I'm a pretty, how can I put it? I'm a pretty confident person. There's a difference between being confident and cocky. So technically, I don't see any of these people on my level. Don't get me wrong. They put out good content. They do good work. But I don't see these people being better than me. So I'm not, I'll see somebody there, they'll be like, okay, well, they got such and such, something thousand views. And I'd be like, oh, that's what's up. So I don't, I just know that it's, as they say, it's a marathon, not a race. It's a marathon, not a race. It's a marathon and not a race. So give it some time. Like with the things I have planned, and the things that are coming into motion and what I've learned, give it some time. Like, for example, did you know that a lot of media, when they go to fights, they lose money? Because if you go to these fights, right, you got to pay for your flight. You got to pay for your room. Of course, food, travel. But what if you don't get any interviews or any content that's going to generate that money back? I learned that the hard way. So literally that's not no money in boxing unless you, for like the media, unless you bend rules or you have like those exclusives. The guy is legendary, but, Sekback channel is not where it should be or where it used to be. You got to be innovative. And me, I said that I'm going for yeah, we're about 5 hours behind in the UK. I mean, we're about 5 hours behind in the States, something like that. So I said I'm going for like the Howard Stern, type thing where I have my own talk show, where I'll have boxers on every week, and we'll just talk about real issues and topics in the sport. Mark Nash just tuned in. Are you hating on Sekbeg? I didn't hate. Should we publicly execute him just because? Like how they used to accuse people of being witches and they wasn't, and they knew they wasn't a witch. They just wanted blood. Should we make an example of him? Let's get a vote. Yo, people are cruel, yo. Let's get a vote. Should we burn him at the stake? His name is Mark Nash. Why Andre? Shut up. You're late, Mark Nash. The video is 4 hours long, bro. You late. Where is the why Andre Ward should win? Go back to the beginning of the video. We talked about all of it. You late. Put this guy in his place. We talked about everything. Kovalev Ward. Literally everything. This guy don't know what's up. We talked about everything. What about UCI? This is his second time trying to say some dumb shit. Ooh, I want blood. We gotta block somebody, yo. We gotta block somebody. Okay, before we wrap up the video, we're gonna go back over Kovalev versus Ward in we're gonna spend like a half an hour on it. Yo, we gotta find somebody to block, yo. You want to go to after the 20-minute mark because the first 20 minutes are music, and I'm gonna have that edited out. All right, so listen, we got to block. We got to find somebody to block. We'll leave those two guys alone for now, but we got to hope somebody come in so we can block them. Take a hammer, right, and smash their knees. Do some shit like that. I actually got to take a piss. I've been drinking nothing but water, and I had a Mountain Dew right here. And I'm glad you guys are hanging out. I mean, we're not doing shit, right? I was just going to chill. And just watch some Andre Ward fights and shit. So I might as well just stay on here. Might as well just stay on here and chill. And talk some boxing. So I already told you guys about the website and all that stuff. I told you about my future plans. We talked about Kovalev versus Ward. We talked about the progression of the channel. We talked about how much fucking weight I'm losing or lost. And I wonder, the reason why I grew my beard, because my face was real fat. It's probably still fat, but I wonder how fat it is under the beard. Pause. What else? What else do we have to talk about? Who next for Golovkin? Golovkin is fighting Danny Jacobs, and everything is going to plan for March on HBO. Last I checked, last I researched, they said negotiations and everything was going good. Everything was going good. A bit sane says, I've been listening to your promotion, and Virgil Hunter comments, I'm a UK fan. I've been following Krusher since Cleverly Destruction. Okay, yeah, that's a good, yeah. So you watched pretty much all his, big fights. He is his boxing ability is very underrated. Also, you have to look at, he has a nice, solid amateur background. Andre Ward, however, hasn't been defeated in 20 years. 2 decades. 2 decades. So it's like this. As I said earlier, I'm for Ward, but I am not for Ward because he's black, and I'm not for Ward because he's Andre Ward. I feel that he has the skills, you know, and overall ring IQ to defeat Kovalev because of, I guess, what you call the intangibles, I guess. So I said earlier that it could be a very slow and nasty fight, but that's what we should expect from Andre Ward, right? If he's going to win, if he's going to, as they say, take him to school, take Kovalev to school. But we seen Andre Ward go down to Darnell Boone, and he didn't go down. He didn't look good when he went down. That footage of Kovalev versus Darnell Boone, that's like gold. If you find it, send it to me. If you find it, we can watch it right now. That's what I was going to do today, Bobby. He said, TstreeT, why don't we watch a Ward fight, then a Kovalev fight? It all depends, because what happened is it can't be an HBO one, and it can't. I can't. So what I was going to do was on my Facebook, my whole plan was today on my Facebook was to watch fights and upload clips all day. That's what I'm supposed to be doing now. I'm supposed to be watching Ward and Kovalev fights and uploading clips on my social media of the fights. But instead I'm still streaming. So I can't watch those fights because what it is they will allow me to watch them and I'll be able to show them, but I'll get a copyright and they'll take all the income for the video, or if they don't take the income, they'll ban the video in certain countries. So I don't really want to, I don't really want to go through it. Jesus, I got to go to the bathroom. And I feel like I got, that popcorn. You know how I feel like you get a hair on your throat, but it's like that little piece of popcorn, that little shell, whatever that shit is. Oh. No, muting it don't work. That don't work. What are you talking about? That makes no sense. I feel like a piece of popcorn kernel. Yes, I've had the booty hair in my throat. Yes. Random question. Any news on Pritchard Colon condition? I remember watching his last fight, waiting for Golovkin Lemieux. He's a sad, that shit is sad. That is sad. That is sad. And to see that his family, because I'm friends with his family on Facebook, and it's crazy that they knew who I was before I even knew who they was. I felt horrible. I felt horrible. So they uploaded a video on their personal Facebook page of Pritchard Colon. You can't find this video anywhere. I wish I would have downloaded it, but at the same time, I wouldn't have released it, because that would have been fucked up. But they uploaded a video, because they had just got him settled in his new room and everything. And, they need all the help they can get. That shit will bring tears to your eyes, on some real shit. And I said earlier, when I had my bad asthma attack, they was talking about how I might have been in a coma. Thank God, because that's the first person I thought about. I was like, damn, and and that's why I did 2 videos after the fight, not knowing that he was injured. And I was talking about how it looked weird and he quit and all that stuff, but I left those videos up because those were my natural reactions. And then I did another video afterwards when I apologized for everything because I didn't know. Remember, I doing my post-fight videos moments after the fight. But to see him in his he was in a wheelchair, and he just was not there. He just was not there. So I'm a caregiver, and I've been a caregiver for a good, maybe about 10 years now, almost, for 2 different people. One of them I have to like feed and supervise, and the other I had to like literally clean and bathe and feed every day. So I know what they're going through. Especially, I'm sure that they have somebody coming in and helping out with that, but there's times and days where you just have to do it yourself. We're talking about Pritchard Cologne, the 147-pound prospect that was taking rabbit punches, and I'm sure he didn't mean to do it. The guy's name was Terrell Williams, who he fought. And I'm sure he hasn't had a fight since, and I'm sure he's probably going through it. But he's been in a coma. What was that? Since last October, right? It's been over a year. It's been over a year, right? So boxing is a very, very dangerous sport, man. George Grove's opponent is in the hospital. I don't know if he's out yet. But he's hurt. A man who fought Sergey Kovalev died in the ring. We all remember what happened to what's his name? Magomed Abdul Salamov, the guy who fought Mike Perez. We saw what happened to him. And a fighter, a UK fighter or Irish fighter, or one of them, I forgot his name, died recently over in the UK. I forgot his name. It started with a T, I believe. You know, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Scottish fighter, what was his name? Yeah, what happened to Nick Blackwell, but I'm not talking about Nick Blackwell. It was somebody that died it was about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago or less. I forgot his name. Then some young fighter died. Some young amateur fighter died about maybe 4 months ago. Mike Tao. That's his name. Mike Tao. Yeah, that's his name. You know, so you know. Oh, yeah. You know what? I gotta go to the bathroom. We go to the bathroom, and what I'm going to do is we're going to play some more Kovalev versus Ward. And what's recent boxing news that we have to talk about? We know about the Golovkin situation. I guess we should talk about Mayweather Pacquiao, right? The likelihood of that happening, even though Mayweather says it's not happening. What else? We got Billy Joe Saunders fighting next week. If anybody cares, I'm going to be watching it. We got Lomachenko versus Walters. We got Joshua versus Molina coming up. Jesus, fucking shit is killing me. We got a nice amount of good fights. I'm not gonna say really quality. I mean, they're good fights. You know, we got a nice schedule. You know, we should be grateful. We got a nice schedule of fights. Deontay Wilder is heavily rumored to be fighting Huey Fury. We got Povetkin versus Stavern coming up, even though Stavern failed the drug test, but then Povetkin failed the drug test too. But then, you know, he got cleared or whatever. You know, it's a complex situation. Yes, we got Pedraza versus Gervonta. I got Gervonta Davis. We got Spence versus Brook. But yeah, we knew that was going to happen. You know, well, Brook versus Spence, because like once Kell Brook said he was going to not vacate his title, then he could fight nobody else but Errol Spence. So we knew that, and shout out to Kell Brook. Kell Brook is the fucking man. Despite what they say about him on the dark web, Kell Brook is the man. One thing, if you don't know, is if you're an IBF champion, you will fight your mandatory, or they will strip your ass. They will strip you. They will strip you down. They don't give a fuck about no rematch clause. You saw what they did with Tyson Fury. They don't give a fuck about none of that. They're like, yo, you ain't gonna hold on to our belt. You gonna hold on to our belt. Yeah, March is supposed to have Brooke Spence. How is Eddie going to do that? It might not be in March, because one thing Eddie Hearn said is he does not like to have two pay-per-views in the same month. So I would say early April, or depending on what date in March Joshua Klitschko happens, it would have to be the very first week of March. The first week in March. So yeah, it would be okay, April. Yeah, that makes sense, because Eddie Hearn doesn't do two pay-per-views in the same month. And that's just any boxing promoter shouldn't do that. Robert Easter is likely going to be fighting on the Broner Granados card. I forgot what date that is. It's February. It's the weekend of I think it's February the 12th, like the weekend of Valentine's Day. We're not talking about no soccer. As a matter of fact, you know what? I think it's time to block UTI. Should I just even ask any questions, or should I just block him? You know what? Yeah, you know what? There's no questions. I didn't block him. I just put him in a timeout. So what you can do is you could put people in what's called timeout, where they can't fucking say shit. So that's kind of like, as I said before, it's kind of like, giving somebody a warning shot, like shooting them in the leg. It's kind of like shooting them in the leg. It's like, take that shot and shut the fuck up. And the next shot will be in your biscuit. And that means, you're banned. That means you're banned. Is that tomatoes? Yes, we gotta have the fucking the tomatoes and shit. And the fucking lettuce and the spit. You definitely gotta spit on them. Because before they walk them, when they used to torture people and shit, or like do public executions, they do like the walk of shame, where people throw, like, I don't know why people were wasting all their fucking vegetables and shit, but they would throw vegetables. They would like fucking they would spit on you and throw all kind of shit on you and shit, throw rocks at you. But yeah, I'll be right back. This is a good time to go take a piss.
Stalin, Brezhnev, Putin.
It's a good time to take a piss. We're right back.
And it's no secret now that, I've worked with youth all of my professional career. I was just reflecting last night on, I can remember some young men, 13, that I knew, and buried them at 15. I've seen it all. So it does have an emotional effect on me when it comes to young men. And, I realize that even the age of Sergey and Andre, they're young men to me. And watching that my fight and what Sergey had to endure, it really touched me. And I'm not up here just saying this just to be saying it. It really touched me deeply. And, my heart went out to it. And of course, everybody now knows Andre's background. It's been 8 weeks and a lot of things have come out, and we've chose to keep quiet for the various reasons that we need to keep quiet, because things fly around pretty quick. And until you can get everybody in the room, it's always a mystery to what actually is really going on. I had the great pleasure yesterday of doing a ring debate with Coach Jackson. And even though he has sniped me and questioned, my credentials, which he's entitled to, I walked away from that debate with respect for him. I never had disrespect for him. but I had more respect for him. So I was sort of alluding to yesterday that, I was troubled by a few things, some things that I had observed in the camp, whether Sergey listens to Coach Jackson or not, when it comes to, doing things his way. So imagine getting up this morning and realizing within myself that we heard about, the troubles in Russia and how Sergey was, overwhelmed with family and friends and things and selling the tickets and things like that. And it didn't allow him to put on the performance that was expected of him. Although we do have to give Isaac Shalimba a lot of credit with the attitude to come to win. We do have to give him his portion of the credit. I think what disturbs me most is that Coach Jackson didn't get there till a week before the fight. Now, Ms. Duval, with all respect, in New York, introduced Coach Jackson as the best trainer in boxing. And I'm trying to figure out in my mind, why would you leave the best trainer in boxing behind until a week before the fight? So maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know, but that seems to be the case. And it's not airing out trash, it's leaving questions to be asked. I can't answer it. And if I am wrong, then I'll even feel better about it. As I said yesterday, the respect that I gained with Coach Jackson yesterday, and being in the coaching fraternity is a very difficult fraternity. And so I tend to align myself with every coach because it's so tough. So that's the case. Also, and this is real, it's not easy to get out because, again, looking at how Sergey lost his dad, man, early. All these things affect you when you're young. I never came up around my real father, and I often wondered, what would I have been? Maybe if he'd have been there. I'm thankful for how things turned out. I had a great stepdad, and he was really the only dad that I knew. And this is a 50-50 fight. But the pay doesn't reflect that. How does the challenger get a boatload of money, but the champion don't? I don't understand that. I think those are some questions that need to be asked. And everybody here is saying, well, you're doing it. No, it's not like that. I'm really torn by it because, again, until you've been in my shoes and have worked with young men and seen the sufferings of things, you never know. But I don't understand it. Maybe he was fine with it, or maybe it's not true, and that would be the best news I can get. But again, I might just be blowing smoke and rattling, and when I'm saying rattling up here, because it is something that really bothered me. And call me weird or whatever you want to call me, or later on if you have to remark on what I've said today, you're entitled to remark the way you want to remark. But if everybody's fine with it, then I'm fine with it. But it did bother me. Getting to the fight, I believe it's going to be a great fight. And I believe that Sergey is everything that they say he is. He's a dangerous opponent. He's coming intending to win. We've seen him do things to opponents that when they step in the ring, they shiver. And I think that he carries that persona with him justifiably. So really it's up to us to, dilute that situation. So I'm looking forward to November 19th. And I'd like to see all these, Sergey's 33 now, Andre's 32.
If you didn't listen to this yet, this is the important part.
So you're looking for your exit strategy. So when you make a remark that there was a time when fighters were courageous and not cynical businessmen. I think that takes us back to the 40s or the 50s. You know, you fight, I'll do your business. And then when you finish fighting, you look up and you don't have no money. But in the meantime, my grandkids going to college on your blood, sweat, and tears. And in the meantime, you can take a bow at the next fight 10 years from now. And everybody tell you how great you were and how they enjoyed your fighting, but you don't have no money. So I encourage all fighters to be cynical businessmen. Don't be a robot. And it's easy from the foreign countries to get that type of fighter and pay them what you want to pay them. And they should be happy with it. And if that's the case, so be it. But I just encourage them all to be businessmen, and you have a right to be a businessman. In other sports, athletes are businessmen. You're no longer robots. It just saddens me because I came through the civil rights era. I came through all during that time. I'm a very avid historical reader of all the major events that took place in Russia, from Nikita Khrushchev to Stalin to Brezhnev to Putin. I remember the Bay of Pigs very well. My father was on the USS Ranger, the aircraft carrier, and I can remember my mother telling us, you know, it could possibly be a war, you know, a nuclear war. And here you are, 9 years old, 10 years old, and you're hearing that. That's a spooky, spooky thing. So I became very entrenched in Soviet history as a result of that. And I love the Spetsnaz, you know, some of the toughest cats you ever see in your life. And the story of how they developed in war, you know, in World War II with Hitler, how they had to go and disarm that big gun that he brought within firing range of the Soviet territory. So it's a lot of historical things that accompany that. And I'm sorry if I got off track a little bit from the fight. Sometimes when I get emotional about certain things, you know, I can go here and go there. But I would encourage all promoters, you know, treat your fighters fairly. Don't hoodwink them, and don't keep them robots, and don't keep them, encourage them and teach them how to be businessmen. And, you know, if you have a champion, he deserves a champion's ration. Again, hopefully I'm wrong. Thank you.
Don't hoodwink the fighters. Stop hoodwinking the fighters.
Thank you, Virgil.
Stop hoodwinking the fighters. I know many people probably wanted to clap, but they was like, oh shit, if we clap, we're gonna get in trouble. Everybody like, we're gonna get in trouble. I forgot what I was gonna say. Yo, you ever like this is a little bit off topic, but you ever like be on the gram and like you be like, damn, I like her, but she like fucking 5,000 miles away. And I don't be all up in the DMs. I don't be all up in the DMs, but I be wanting to be up in her DMs. But I think she worshiped the devil. Yeah, dead serious. So, you know. You know. Can't deal with her. Can't deal with her. No, thank you. We're not blood sacrificing our children. No, thank you. All right. So what is next on our boxing? What is next on our boxing list? What do we have to talk about? Since we're going to be here for another 20 minutes and then we're done. We're wrapping up. We're wrapping up. So now I'll answer all your questions, and we can talk about random boxing shit. But in 20 minutes, we're wrapping up. 22 minutes, actually. How good is Oscar Valdez? I don't, until fighters fight fighters of their caliber or near their level, or a crafty veteran, it's hard to rate him. Looks good, it looks good. It looks good. But I know, like, as much as I watch boxing, I don't fall for that stuff until like they fight, Like, I know it may sound crazy. Errol Spence looks good, but I'm not sold on him just yet. I'm not sold on him just yet. Wild Casuals calling Molina a bum. You mean John Molina? I am not. Okay, here's the thing. Let me break it down to you. For a fight that was made on such short notice for Terrence Crawford, John Molina is a good fight. Could they have found somebody better? I really don't think so. I have to do a more in-depth video on that fight, because it all depends on how you look at it. It's like, well, he needed a fight for this year. He needed a fight before the end of the year out. So it's like, what names are available and what names can we get that won't give us the runaround when it comes to negotiations and shit. So, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Tired, man. I am tired. I need a goddamn woman. Sick of this crap. Why are people using your FT360? If they're using it, then they're most likely a part of the team. If they're using it, they're a part of the team. Slowly, more and more people are going to start using it. Slowly and slowly, more people are going to start using it. Why Floyd always talk about Bob Arum in the public, but never said anything about Jay Prince? Come on, if you ask that question, then you know the reason why. If you ask that question, Jarvis Potter asks, why Floyd always talk about Bob Arum in public, but never said anything about Jay Prince? Come on. Come on. Come on. In fact, I'll play a little bit of audio for you. A little bit of audio for you. Oh no, wait. YouTube. Okay, listen to this. Listen to this, guys. If you really want to know the reason why, it's a funny story too. It's a funny story too. Trust me, it's worth listening to.
What can you tell us about helping Floyd Mayweather with dangerous Houston manager Jay Prince? He's got a lot of fame, and Floyd needed you to fix that situation. What can you tell us about what happened there?
Well, we were at dinner one night, and I got a call that there was a disturbance in my gym. And Floyd apparently had asked us not to do a fight in October, but to do it in December after James Prince's contract with him had run out. So the disturbance in my gym was that some people came over with or without the knowledge of James Prince and proceeded to break a couple of heads of people in Mayweather's camp with baseball bats. And so the gym was splattered with blood. And Floyd came to my office the next day and he said, Prince wants his money from the fight that's coming up. So I said to Floyd, fine, if that's what you want, I'll write him a letter of credit. And Floyd said to me, Prince don't do no letters of credit. You better send the cash. So I wrote a check and I made a contract with Prince's lawyer, and he got paid the money that he said he was entitled to as Floyd's manager.
Well, had Floyd told you anything about him before this disturbance?
No, I had met Prince while he was Floyd's manager, and he conducted himself very businesslike, very well, and I've dealt with him since, and he's been a man of his word. So I have no complaint with James Prince. What the falling out was, if there was a falling out, that's between Floyd Mayweather and James Prince. And man, I haven't been in this business for 50 years, so I'm going to end up getting involved in their dispute. I mean, I'm too smart for that.
But what did Floyd say to you to get you to write a check for $600,000 just like that? Like, what specifically Floyd was afraid, yes?
Well, you know, whether he was afraid or whether he was doing the right thing, that's for Floyd to determine. But this was the percentage of Floyd's purse that Prince would have been entitled to as his manager. The
Bob,
difficulty was
thing.
that the
Bob,
check...
there was blood all over the gym and baseball bats. Like, what do you mean doing the right thing?
Hey,
like, he sounded afraid.
I stopped practicing law a number of years ago. I'm not going to be a judge or jury on this dispute. I'm just telling you what happened.
Okay. Can you tell us about how Elijah Muhammad, is this true? Elijah Muhammad helped you close a deal with Muhammad Ali. Do I have that right?
Yeah, well, before I became Ali's promoter, I had to be interviewed by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in Chicago.
Okay, he's finished
because
okay, he finished with the Floyd part. But basically, Floyd was trying to, if I'm correct, get out of like a contract with Jay Prince or try to do some maneuvering. And basically, allegedly, urban legend is he went to Floyd and was like, yo, you think you're going to try to snake me without giving me my bread? Give me my bread before you do anything else. So basically, and Bob was like, yo, hold up. Like, I'm not trying to get into that street shit. But since you're my fighter and we don't want him to fuck your hands up or some shit, just give him the bread. Here, take this bread, go give it to him. But this was years and years and years ago. They're cool now. But yeah, Jay Prince is a legend. He's a legend. Like, I knew him when I was a kid, like when I was a kid, like a kid, like 11, 12, some shit like that, 13, 12, 13, some shit. So Aaron was like, oh, I'm not, I'll give you the check, but I'm not getting to none of that street shit. And also, I know who James Prince is, and I know he about that street shit. So listen, Floyd, we're gonna give him this money and just, we don't want, we don't want those problems. We don't want those problems. We don't want those problems. You know, he just one of those people that's just like respected everywhere he go. And he's Jay Prince. There's no better way to say it than that. There's no better way to say it than that. He's Jay Prince. There's no better way to say it than that. You know, so he like the type of dude, as I said earlier in the video, it was like, yo, like when you meet him, you got to pay homage. And when I first had the chance to meet him, I ain't gonna lie, I froze up. I was like, oh shit, that's fucking Jay. Like to meet somebody like that in person, it's like that's motherfucking Jay Prince right there. And it was at the Klitschko Jennings press conference because he's B.Y. Jennings' manager. You know, so my nose hairs are in an uproar. So that's what happened with that situation. Bob Arum recently said that Mayweather versus Pacquiao 2 is 75% done. Now, recently Floyd said it's not done, and nobody's going to say nothing's done unless he says so. Of course he's going to say that. Of course he's going to say that. But as I said before, don't think like the boxer. Think like the promoter, think like the manager, think like the businessman. Why would you not fight somebody when you can for at least $100 million that you already beat easily? You know? Suge Knight is not on Jay Prince level. So we're not even going to talk about Suge Knight or Jay Prince anymore. We're going to leave that alone because y'all saying dumbass shit. But yeah, anyway, it's like you should have known that this rematch was going to come. You should have known that this was going to come. People say, well, you know, why won't he fight the winner of Danny Garcia versus Thurman? Even though I would love to see Mayweather versus Danny Garcia or Thurman or the winner of that fight, it's not going to make Floyd Mayweather no $100 million. Mayweather versus Garcia or Thurman, what is that? Like maybe 1.2 million pay-per-view buys, maybe? So, you know, and I understand that people say Mayweather Pacquiao was a boring fight. It's not about that. It still generates a lot of money because of the storyline. The storyline was, whether you believe it or not, you got to understand the storyline that's going to be given to you, given to us. What if Pacquiao wasn't injured? Would the fight be different? That's the storyline. 50-0. That's the storyline. Both Manny Pacquiao's and Floyd Mayweather's final fight. That's the storyline. And for the people who say that they won't watch the fight, I say to you, what are you going to be doing that day? What are you going to be doing? Because if you're not watching the fight, some of your casual ass homies is watching the fight. Because you also have to look at it like Floyd Mayweather's return fight. He hasn't fought in over a year. It could be his final fight. What are you going to be watching? What are you going to be doing? And yes, it is going to be a fight that does over 2 million buys. The first fight did 4.6 million. If the second fight just does 60% less than that, 60% is a big ass drop off. It's still a highly successful event. Come on. Come on. Don't be naive, guys. Don't be naive. They've already started the pre-promotion. We're already in pre-promotion mode right now. Floyd Mayweather showing up to Manny Pacquiao's fight? Why would he be there? Floyd Mayweather meeting Manny Pacquiao in a hotel room, this time without a video. They met in a hotel room after the fight. Why? Manny Pacquiao is not with HBO. So therefore, one of the biggest hurdles that was involved in making Mayweather Pacquiao one was the networks. Pacquiao is not with a network. Bob Arum is talking to Showtime. And Showtime would love to have that rematch. To say that they did Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather's last fight, that's a feather in a cap for Showtime. Right now, I'm probably sure that there's some bidding going on between Bob Arum and HBO and Bob Arum and Showtime and Mayweather of what network is going to come up with the most money. Because right now, Mayweather is heavily aligned to Showtime and will likely, if Mayweather Pacquiao 2 happens, it will likely happen on Showtime. But I'm sure Arum is probably over there like, well, you know, Showtime is going to buy the fight. And they're going to, you know, so you can't be mad if we go do Mayweather Pacquiao 2 over there. Floyd has told you many times, and he's told us many times that he's a businessman. It would be bad business for it not to happen. And it does not have to have a stacked undercard to do 2 million buys. It does not. Because Manny Pacquiao has a large American Asian following. And even if they haven't showed up for the Bradley 3 fight and the Vargas fight, they're going to show up because they really believe that Pacquiao has a chance. The math is all there. The math is all there. And what better fight for both of these guys, farewell fight, is to fight each other in a saga. So come on. I'm not even going to get into it with you guys, because if you really believe that the fight won't do well, or that you won't be watching the fight, then you're scum. You're scum. What happened? What happened to Marquez? Probably somewhere drinking some piss with Mimo, with his bad knee. Probably somewhere drinking some piss with his bad knee. TstreeT, you think Pac-Man does better? The second fight versus Mayweather? A little bit better. But it's hard to say, you know? Because if Manny Pacquiao's going to do better, he can't. Juan Manuel Marquez took Pacquiao's soul. In order for him to do better, he can't throw no 400 punches a fight. He's got to be, you know, he's got to sin. You know, like I said it before, you know, even if it's just for like the training, you know, he got to sin. He's got to live a life of sin. He's got to live a life of sin. You know, he's got to get back. He's got to get that wild rabbit. You know, he's got to chase him and get that henny. He's got to get back to cockfighting. And I'm sorry, Jinky, but what the fuck is that? I'm sorry, Jinky, but he's gonna have to, you know, he's gonna have to get some, you know, some, you know, just some little bit of a sin of adultery. You know, he's got to get that sin back. He's got to sin. He's got to get back to cockfighting. You know, he's got to hang out and like rent out the whole top of you know, what he used to do? He used to rent like the whole penthouse at an MGM Grand and have like these crazy, you know, sex parties with him and Boo Boy and all them, you know, and have all these chicks around and everything. No, he's got to get back to that. Even if it's just he got to talk to Jinky, and he got to let her know, like, you know, like, I got to get back to the sin. You know, he got to get back to the sin. You know, maybe sing some songs. And he got to just go in there. He got to wear the flame trunks. It's a good thing that he came out to the Eye of the Tiger music instead of that Katy Perry bullshit he was coming out to. He's got to get the center trunks back. You know? You know? It's the only way. That's the only way, yo. You know, he can't go out there just throwing 200 punches, you know? I mean, 400 punches a fight. That's not Pacquiao we know. That's Bible Pacquiao. We need center Pacquiao back. We need the center, not the senator. We need him to do more sin. More sin. Nerd lives matter. So when it all goes down, who fought Mayweather the greatest? Who was his best challenger? There's two Mayweathers. There's Money Mayweather and there's Pretty Boy Mayweather. Money Mayweather's toughest test was Marcos Maidana in the first fight, and even in the second fight, technically, and Miguel Cotto. So I would say number one is Marcos Maidana in the Money Mayweather era. Remember, after Mayweather, he was Money. I mean, after De La Hoya, he was Money Mayweather. So I'm going to say Maidana 1, Maidana 2, Miguel Cotto. Those three. And the Pretty Boy, Castillo, Corley, Corrales. Yeah, I think that's what I can do. Yeah, pretty much there. That's it. Anyway. But yeah, the fight makes all sense for it to happen. It's like, you know, why wouldn't it happen? You know? Why wouldn't it? And think about the people outside the ring, the people who don't have to step in the ring. Of course they want it to happen. There's more money in their pocket. Remember, Mayweather Pacquiao just wasn't the biggest payday for Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. It was the biggest payday for Bob Arum, the biggest payday for Al Heyman, the biggest payday for the trainers, the Cutman, Freddie Roach, Roger Mayweather. You know? Just everybody's biggest payday. So, of course, all of them are thinking, well, then that'll be the second fight would be our second biggest payday. You see? Yeah, Pretty Boy Floyd versus Center Pacquiao. That would have been some crazy ass shit. You know? That would have been some crazy ass shit. That would have been some crazy ass shit. Maidana didn't necessarily quit boxing. Well, he just basically, Maidana made money. You know, he made all the money he ever wanted to make. You know, there's certain boxers that fight to get to a certain point and they start eating. They be like, I'm good. Then over in Argentina, that money he got carries far. And then, you know, he got his cows. You know, he's got some really prized cattle over there and he's doing good. You know, so he don't never have to fight again. And he gave Mayweather his toughest fights, you know, of his career up until this point. So he'll never have to fight again. I say it like this. There's a saying that people say it's kind of confusing when I say it. But even though Mayweather won the first fight, Maidana whooped his ass. You saw the difference to the point where Floyd knew in that second fight he had to move. So a lot of people say, oh, those punches wasn't hitting clean. But imagine you getting punched in the arm. You're getting punched in the neck. You're getting punched in the legs. You're getting punched in the dick. You know? You're getting punched in the legs. You're getting slammed. You know, people act like, well, if it don't hit on the face, this ain't Fight Night Champion. It's in a video game. They're like, well, if it's not on the face or if it's not on in the body, then, you know, it don't mean nothing. Maidana was throwing that shit from everywhere. He was throwing that crazy ass shit from everywhere. And then in the second fight, when he knocked out the money tooth, remember when he knocked out the money tooth? People was trying to say, oh, nah, that was gum, or that was, you clearly see it clear as day. And then I put a picture up and zoomed in where you can see the tooth. Now, what it was a cap. You know, it wasn't a real tooth, but it's the point that he knocked that shit right out of his mouth. That shit went flying. The money tooth went flying. He hit the shit out of Floyd. He hit the shit out of him. He hit the shit out of him. He punched him dead in his face. Let me pull it up. Yeah, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Punched the shit out that money tooth. Where's it at? It's this right here. You got to see the actual, you know, punch the shit out of that money tooth. And people say Floyd don't got no chin. Look, even Maidana thought he was done, but it was the end of the round though too. And look at Kitty. The money tooth. Is he gonna come on? Punch the shit out of him in his face. Oh, here we go. And people was like, man, that's spit, man. They was pissed. I was like, yo, he hit the shit out of him. He hit the shit out of him. Kenny, I don't think that was Floyd's real tooth. I don't think that was his real tooth. I don't think it was his real tooth because if I'm correct, I don't remember the videos on the channel. I believe you can see like the little piece it connects to. But either way, he hit him hard enough that shit came out. And then remember the last episode of All Access for that one? The epilogue, Floyd was quiet and shit. Because he couldn't talk that well. I wonder if if the money tooth hit somebody, like somebody grabbed it, like, oh, the money tooth. I would have put that shit right in my pocket. I would have put that shit right in my pocket, yo. I would have it like on like a podium, and it's like sealed in glass. And I have like a gold-plated little fucking thing that says the money tooth. The money tooth. But yeah, that is true. KOD Testimonies is right. I do need to do a lot of stuff so I can be ready for the fight. And it starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And right now it's 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I got about 5 hours to do like other stuff. And probably I said I was gonna play some video games, but I guess that's not gonna happen. I have to get dinner ready. I have to get dinner ready. If anybody is interested in helping out with the website in any way, shape, or form, please feel free to contact me at editor@fightview360.com. I'll put that in the chat so you guys can see it. And drop me an email and make sure it's a professional email. I'm not saying write me, an essay, but I'm saying you got to make sure you let me know I'm not drinking tonight. I can't do it. I'm on like all this different, I'm going to chill tonight. So make sure you email me at editor@fightview360. Of course, you got to tell me your location. You got to tell me, like a little bit about like your schedule. And I'm not saying, you got to travel all over the world for fights. But if that's something you want to be interested in doing, then hey, we can set something up for you. Hold on for 1 minute. Yeah, so what was I saying? So yeah, make sure you you email me. You got to tell me your location. And don't think that you're just going to be going to fights and not work, because this is serious business. So we can be friends and we can chill and chat and all that, but covering a fight is serious business. Because then you're around celebrities, you're around all the boxers, the promoters, managers, and everything. And then if I'm sorry to say it, but if you do anything to damage my brand, then I'm going to sue the shit out of you. And it's just like business, right? That's what it's, that's business. It's business. It's business. The happiness is probably coming from the steroids that I'm on. That's probably likely what's going on. And plus, I'm not doing any moving around really. So as long as I'm in one spot, I'm cool. When I start walking around, that's where I'm having like issues breathing. So I'm not going to be really, really back to being, 100% until like at least midweek. Until at least midweek. I'm on steroids. It's a anti-inflammatory steroid for your lungs. It clears your airways. It clears your airways. Clears your airways. Yeah, also I gotta make it to the market. What's the over under on Ward's elbow throws? It's gonna be it's like this. I'm hoping that they're smart enough to train Kovalev for that type of stuff, because it's gonna be a very, very rough fight. Yes, I'm on albuterol, prednisone, and Symbicort, and like some other stuff too. But it's going to be very difficult for Kovalev if he allows Andre Ward to fight that fight. It's going to be very difficult for him if he allows him to fight that fight. Let's stop talking about my asthma. I have all the medicine I need. Thank you. I'm fine. You know, I'm a little weak. I'm a little hyper, but that's what the medication does to you. So everybody just relax. All right. We're already here. We were supposed to stop this shit 4 hours ago, you know? So I don't even know how I'm going to edit this long ass video. But it's fight day. You know, we chilling. It's fight day. I think we covered everything, you know, that we covered. I mean, that needed to be covered for Kovalev Ward. I may hit 25,000 subscribers sometime next week. That's what's up. Right? That's what's up. I'll definitely be there before the end of the year. Yeah, I do need to put some people in timeout, right? I do need to put some people in timeout. We haven't blocked anybody in a while. Yeah, if Ward wins, hold on. If Ward wins, it's going to have to be an ugly fight. It's going to have to be an ugly fight. That's why I'm telling everybody, don't expect to see, as a JR would say, a slobber knocker. You know? We got to expect some sweet science ass shit. So wherever you are, just make sure you fall back, you know, and like make sure you're nice and like chill on the couch. Or if you are watching with like or if you are like watching with like a lot of your friends, make sure you tell them like, yo, this is Andre Ward. So, you know, you're going to be watching, you know, the sweet science. Make sure they're not all hype and like, man, what the fuck is this shit, man? You know, what the fuck? This boring ass fight, you know? Make sure you educate them and let them know like, yo, listen, this is Andre Ward. You know, it's an acquired taste. You know, we got to see, you know, this sweet science. But you know what's going to make the night? You know what's going to make headlines all over the world? What if Andre Ward get knocked the fuck out? That shit going to be crazy. People going to be up all night snapping. People going to be up all night talking about that shit. What if Andre Ward get knocked out? Can you, like, you ever notice, like, you ever think to yourself, like, you can't imagine certain fighters what they would look like knocked out? Like, what would Tyson Fury look like knocked the fuck out? What would Danny Garcia look like knocked the fuck out? You know? Like, can you ever imagine Mayweather just knock the fuck out? That shit seems crazy, right? What would Golovkin look like just knocked out? Just like laying there, just like, you know? Or just like out on their feet. It's just certain fighters you can't imagine that with. That's what I'm thinking. Like, yo, what if that happened to Ward? That would be crazy. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Yeah, I can't imagine what Kovalev would look like just stretched out. So I can see certain people like maybe an Adonis Stevenson. I'd be like, okay, all right. I can see maybe him being knocked out. You know, you can envision what certain people would look like knocked out. But there's certain people you can't even think like, how would they look knocked out? How would they even be knocked out? No, Thomas Perez. We talked about that earlier in the video. Actually, if Ward wins, that actually opens up more chances for it to be Al Heyman fights. Because what is he going to tell his fighters to do? Not fight for no titles at 175? Only fight Adonis Stevenson? And what if the WBC decides to do a purse bid for Ward versus Stevenson? So no, it's actually the opposite. It's actually the opposite. It's actually the opposite. It's actually the opposite. All right, I am going to wrap up. I've already been here too long. So let me set this so that we are done in 10 minutes. We're done in 10 minutes. I need to do like some stuff, you know? And I want to get dinner at least done by the time the fights start. By the time the fights start. All right, yeah, so we're done in 9 minutes. So if there's anything you guys want to get off your chest, I will be doing a post-fight video. I will be covering the Clarissa. I'll most likely cover three of the undercard fights, and of course the main event. And then I'll take a like a half an hour break or an hour break, and then I'll do a live stream after the fight. And then tomorrow I'm not doing shit, because as soon as I got out of the hospital, I started working. So I'm not doing shit. I'm gonna go see my child. I'm gonna see my child. And it says it starts 8 p.m. here on the East Coast. That's what it says when I on my cable. And on like I said, tomorrow I'm gonna just watch TV and shit, you know. And then I'm going to on Monday, just rest, because like I said, I can't walk or do, like for one, my legs are like really, really weak, and I don't know why. It's not like I wasn't, Well, actually, no, I wasn't able. Today is Saturday, so I wasn't on starting on Tuesday. I wasn't able to walk, or I would have been messed up. So it's been a while. So I'm getting my legs back. And I still am not breathing at 100% capacity because I'm doing a lot of moving around. So I got to take the breathing machine, which is, I keep it nearby. So when I'm working, like when I'm right here doing work and shit, I have like my little machine here, and I just be sitting here just chilling, So I'm supposed to do that every 4 hours. And that's what I got to do after I get off of here, then cook, probably watch maybe a movie, get ready for the night, and go from there. So to remind you guys again, the website is starting at the end of the month. I'm going to a fight here in Philly on December the 2nd. It's the Tevin Farmer fight. The website will be up, so I'll be able to write my articles, which is what's up. And I'm going to Jack versus the Gale in New York. I'll be staying out in New York for about 3 days for that fight. And it's a nice-ass hotel. I'm going to show you guys. It's going to be what's up. And I'll be able to meet Floyd for the first time in my life. And what else? We have a large, growing team. And I would say starting in January, you're going to see us at, I guess you could say, like all the major fights. Me, I told you guys, I really don't like going to fights, but I'm going to start going to fights. And I'm going to go to, in 2017, I'm going to go to one LA fight, maybe two, but definitely one. One or two fights in Vegas, and two fights in New York, and one fight in the UK. So I'm going to go myself personally. I'm probably going to go to, if they're not Philly fights, I'm probably going to go to personally myself, maybe about 6 fights in 2017, something like that. Maybe 4 to 6 fights in 4 to 6 big fights. I plan on being at all the Philly stuff. But I'm not gonna be going on traveling on these planes and all that shit. And what I'll be doing is I'll be sending people to all the fights, and just go that route. But I definitely know in 2017, since I can now do it now, I need to get to one fight in the UK. Of course, I gotta make it to LA. I just gotta be out there. Plus I got like a lot of homies out there that's gonna look out for me. And then I gotta go to Vegas. I gotta go to Vegas. Well, Canelo versus Golovkin. If that happens in September, I gotta be there. Mayweather versus Pacquiao too. I think if anybody deserves to go to that fight, I need to go. Or I deserve to go. Just to toot my own horn. I gotta go to that fight. Anthony Joshua versus Deontay Wilder. If that happens in late, it was supposed to happen in the summer of 2017. But if it happens in late 2017, got to go to that. And some LA fight. Some LA fight. So I plan on going to only like the super major fights of 2017 now that I have the access to do so. And what I'll do is I'll have somebody with me, like a cameraman or whatever. Yeah, I've been on for a while. 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. I've been on for almost 6 hours. And tonight we're going to do about 2 to 3 hours after the fight. So this would be like 8 hours worth of video and shit. And I'm kind of hungry. I only did eat. I had breakfast, but then you look at it, it's the afternoon, So I do kind of like got to eat lunch. That's like the intelligent thing to do. And I got to figure out what hoodie I'm going to wear. I think I'm just going to wear this again. Because I got to wear Jordan hoodie, but I want to wear one I haven't worn in a while. I think I might pull out the P. Diddy shiny one. Or just the regular all black one with the white, with the white. I am getting my own attire that I'm going to wear during my videos. So starting in late December around Christmas, I'm only going to wear Fight View 360 stuff. It's time, It's time. It's time. My prediction is Andre Ward. And that's smart money. Now, you guys who know me, I tell people all the time, listen, don't gamble off my predictions. Because there's a lot of times where I go with my heart. And I know I'll be wrong, and I know I'm going to be wrong. But I say, well, this fighter has a chance, So if I was going with my heart, I would say Kovalev. But smart money, we got to be smart here, Andre Ward. But I really have a bad feeling about tonight, yo. I really have a bad feeling, man. What if Andre Ward get knocked out, yo? What if Andre Ward get knocked out? What if Andre Ward gets knocked out? What if Andre Ward gets knocked out? Don't bet on my videos. Don't you dare. You bet on my videos. I feel bad for you. I feel bad for you. Do not gamble on my videos. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because sometimes I be saying some dumbass shit. And I know, I think about it later, like, why would I say that? Like when I was talking all that shit about how, like, yo, Malik Scott, man, he's really, really good. You know, he can really give Luis Ortiz some real problems. Look what happened. When I was talking about, like, yo, Amir Khan, you know, he has the hand speed. All he got to do is just not get knocked out, and he could beat Canelo. Look what happened. Chavez Jr., man, is going to bully and beat Fonfara up. Look what happened. And those are all times I knew better. Those are all times I knew better. Those are all times I knew better, and still, I still said that crazy shit. Still said that crazy shit. I knew better. I knew better. We're just gonna have to see tonight, guys. You know, people are saying that, you know, Kovalev is hyped up. We're just gonna have to see tonight. We're just gonna have to see tonight. This video is gonna be a pain in the ass to edit. You know that? Because first I gotta download the whole thing. Then fucking upload the shit. Then that shit gonna take like, yeah, this is gonna be a goddamn chore. I might as well just say fuck it, you know, just let the fucking music stay in and shit, right? To avoid the fucking hassle. I don't feel like being hassled. I'm not editing this video. I'm not editing this. We were supposed to stop. We were supposed to stop. Somebody told me that Roy Jones kissed the shit out of Kathy Duva. He like put his tongue down her throat or something. Lord knows, Kathy. Did y'all see the Herrera fight last night? That's what I'm supposed to be watching. I fell asleep on it. Man, I was hurt when I found out he lost. I was hurt when I found out he lost. I was hurt. His sister, though? Stella? Oh, man. If y'all ain't never see his sister, you wouldn't even be able to guess how old she was. You wouldn't even be able to guess. Stella? Whew. Anybody got a link where I can watch Roy Jones, what he did to Kathy Duva? Kathy Duva done got thick over the last year, too. She done got thick. And that's a good thing. And a good way. Yeah, I'm keeping track of the time. This fucking shit didn't work. So who's not buying the fight? So I can talk shit to you and you know, try my best to make you have a bad day. Try my best to make you have a bad day. Because if you're not buying the fight, you're scum. You're a low down, lower than a serpent's belly piece of ant poop. You're bacteria shit. You're the bacteria of bacteria shit. So if there's a piece of bacteria, right? And that bacteria took a shit, and then more bacteria landed on that bacteria shit and took a shit, that's you. That's you. You're scum. Now I can understand if you're going out to watch it or you're going to a friend's house, or if you don't have the money simply to purchase it. But you knew this fight was coming on, bro. Support the sport. Support the sport. Support the sport. Support the sport. Viva la fight, Views 360. Viva la Tisha Controversia. I got to learn Spanish. I got Rosetta Stone. I have Rosetta Stone like the last fucking 3 years. And I never used that shit. I got to put it on my phone. You know? I can understand Spanish. So you ain't going to say no Spanish shit to me and I mean not understand. You know, I can understand Spanish, but I just can't fucking speak that shit. I can speak like random, you know, ass shit, you know, and just, you know, questions and stuff. But, you know, I can ask you, you know, just random Mexican shit. I mean, Spanish shit, but I can't, you know, I can't have like a conversation. I can listen to it and I'll be listening in like, all right. Mm-hmm. I got to really concentrate to understand, but I can, you know, I can put it together. I'm going to put it together. Anybody got any friends? Send me some girls. I need some girls, yo. I got I ain't gonna lie. I downloaded my my Rosetta Stone. I didn't pay for it. I felt bad. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Thank you, Amy. It's my guy right there. My God. I'm just sitting here letting these 4 minutes pass before I end this shit. And I don't have nothing to talk about for these last 4 minutes. What should we talk about? Yeah, if you speak Italian or French, the hoes love that. I don't call them hoes, but you know what I'm saying. The ladies love that shit. Like if you spit some old Italian shit, you know, some old French shit to a chick. Now, then again, not French, because if you're black and you speak French, they think you Haitian. So it's like, you know, I'd rather speak Italian because there's some old, you know. I'd rather speak Italian. Thurman and Garcia. I'm going with Garcia, and I explained it thoroughly in a video. I'm not going with Garcia because he's from Philly. I'm going with Garcia. I got to ride with Garcia because he's from Philly, but I'm not going with him because he's from Philly. Do you think Donaire is done? Donaire has been matched up well, and Donaire doesn't turn down any fights. If you look at his resume is nice. You know, so but no, I don't think he was done. It's just it's the first time he's been in with like a really super young, like hungry fighter on his level. And it was a good fight. And Magdaleno, did you see those shots he was taking? Donaire was hitting him with some clean ass shots. He was hitting him with some clean ass shots. David Peterson said he's not buying the fight. You're on timeout, bro. He's on timeout. You're not buying the fight. What do you think you are? What do you think you are? Coming in here talking that shit. Coming in to myself, you're not buying the fight. What do you think you are, guy? Fuck that guy, right? He's not buying the fight. Is Jacobs versus Golovkin happening? You mean Golovkin versus Jacobs? Is it happening next year? Yes, they're saying it's happening in March. They're saying it's happening in March. Yeah, he's gonna come in here talking that sass. What time does the fight start? Specific time? Was it 3 hours before? I'm gonna say 5 p.m. That means the cars start. Don't ask me to do some difficult ass math, asking me when the main event starts. I mean, I've been doing this stream too long, so don't ask me no shit like that. Guy coming here on some Rambo, some John Rambo shit. I'm not buying a fight, and I'm not watching it either. You better get out of here with your 6-shooter, cowboy. Coming here talking that sass. What the fuck is wrong with him? I'm not buying the fight. And let that be a warning to all you guys. Danny Jacobs can be a very tough fight for Golovkin, but I don't think he believes in himself. I don't think he believes that himself. Because who can hit Golovkin like Danny Jacobs can hit him? But Danny Jacobs knows that he has to get paid good money if he's going to get knocked the fuck out by Golovkin. You see what I'm saying? So he's trying to make sure he set himself up, because if he loses to Golovkin, you know, his career takes a bit of a hit, right? They got to build him all the way back up again. You see what I'm saying? And then Golovkin has 3 of the belts. So it's like, what other path do you take? And eventually he's going to go after or get a shot at that WBO. So, you know, Danny Jacobs is doing a good job at setting himself, you know, up, you know, with this fight. Like, listen, I want to make sure I get paid, you know, make sure I get paid good before I step in the ring with him. And the thing is, the WBA are not allowing any other fight to take place. So it's like, one of y'all fight or we got to take your belt. Who do you think PBC wants to win between Thurman and Garcia? Who do I think PBC wants to win? See, here's the thing. Thurman brings in good numbers off his skills, but not anything outside the ring. Garcia brings in good numbers off of Angel Garcia and him beating people up and people hating his guts for not fighting credible competition, but yet his ratings are still good. So moving forward, I would think that they will want Danny Garcia to win, my personal opinion. Because Danny Garcia is more marketable than Keith Thurman, in my opinion. In my opinion. In my opinion, because you got to think, it's about like the money, right? It's about like the money they bring in the long run. Victor Ortiz versus Brandon Rios. Yo, it's word is that's actually happening. Victor Ortiz versus Brandon Rios is happening. It's really happening. And I can't wait to see it, because we all know that Brandon Rios is known to be what they say a punching bag, but Victor Ortiz is known to be a bitch. You know, or be on some bitch shit. No boxer's a bitch when it comes to getting to the ring, but he do be on some, you know, some weird shit. Yeah, exactly. Victor Ortiz may quit. So Victor Ortiz can be winning the fight on the cards, but he'll quit. He'll be winning. You crack him one good time, he gonna quit. Or he gonna get knocked down and act like he can't get up. You need Maidana combing Broner hair on the wall. No, that's not the style I'm going for. If anything, I would have a picture of Maidana biting Floyd. You know, on the like on the glove where you see the vein popping out. You know, Maidana combing Broner hair. That's too regular. You know, you got to get something like, you know, like a bit controversial. You know, I would get him biting. I would get him biting Floyd, or like Assad, or like Broner. I would get Broner. Probably that freak picture of Broner where he got eating the candy and he looking at the camera like, you know, I'll probably print that one. Damn it. You guys almost made me miss the time. All right. 60 seconds and we're getting out of here. Yep. 60 seconds. And I'm going to count down the 60 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Seconds don't move that fast, do they? Yeah, I don't think so. I'm just going to wait for the clock to change. Oh, it's been good hanging out with you guys, man. I'm going to fucking go do other shit. Do a breathing treatment. Clean up around here a little bit. Put some food in the oven. Take a shower, lay down for a minute. And, you know, how we going to do it tonight? I'm going with Cuellar. Ask me a prediction for Cuellar versus Maris. I'm going with Cuellar. No, I'm not doing a live stream while the fight is on. No, I am not. I'm going to be kicking back and I'm going to be working and watching the fight. I'm not going to be streaming while it's on. No, thank you. Tonight's stream is likely going to be 2 hours, literally, because for a post-fight stream, I want a lot of people to watch it. So people get turned off by these long streams. They'll see like, oh, I'm not watching no 4-hour shit. You know? So no, tonight's stream is going to be no more than 2 hours. Oh, just like when I do the podcast is going to be a live stream as well on Monday afternoons between 1 and 3 p.m. Between 1 and 3 p.m. So if you want to help me out in any way, shape, or form, please email me at editor@fightview360.com. If I have not gotten back to you yet, trust me, I am working on it. You know, so sometime in the next week or two, I'm going to be getting back to you. It's just that I've already gotten back to other people, so I have to get them on the right, you know, like path. You see what I'm saying? You know, so I have to get them situated before I move on to bringing other people on. Fucking popcorn. All right, guys, I am TstreeT Controversy. This is TstreeT Controversy Live. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining in. So later on tonight, whatever y'all doing, you know, come back, go get some beers, you know, get y'all a little weed, a little marijuana and shit. And then later on after the fight, we're going to talk and we're going to chill. I'm probably going to be hyped. Y'all know I get hype after fights. You know, we're going to chill, you know, and talk boxing like later on tonight. TstreeT Controversy, TstreeT Controversy Live. Please subscribe.